He'll be on his way. Yeah, he'll be on
Okay.
his way.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Present.
Councilmember Chua,
Here.
Vice Mayor Montano,
Here.
Mayor Tran.
I am here. Thank you so much, Wendy. And before we adjourn the closed session here, we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to know for the council and the public, there are 3 items that the council will be considering in closed session. One is conference with labor negotiators regarding the city attorney contract. The second is conference with labor negotiators regarding MEA, MidCon, and ProTech bargaining groups. And then finally, conference with real property negotiators regarding 230 North Main Street. But thank you.
Okay, awesome. All right, City Council, we have a link to the closed session in our email, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to that. And Wendy, we'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody here. We're gonna get started in about a minute. I had asked the city council to return from closed session at 7:35, so no worries, folks. We're just getting back out here to the open session of tonight's regular city council meeting. In the meantime, thank you, folks, for tuning in all across Milpitas on the cloud, the interwebs here above the land of cornfields. Whether you're on Facebook Live or YouTube.com, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for liking and following our City of Milpitas government Facebook page. Thank you for subscribing to us on YouTube.com, City of Milpitas. Thanks for tuning in, folks. We're still here in this COVID-19 pandemic, and this is how we're conducting city business per the public health guidance here. And we're staying safe. We're wearing masks, we're wearing face coverings, and we're doing the best we can here now that we're in 2021. And we have 2021 challenges, but you're here tonight and we're gonna get through those challenges. So once again, folks, thanks for tuning in. And let me do a little check around here. I see one. Okay, great. I think we have enough folks here to get out of closed session, and we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any closed session announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to know for the council and the public that there's nothing to report this evening out of closed session, but direction was provided to staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. All right, folks, you see the agenda tonight, and you know our goals here in terms of time management, and let's have a great meeting. Here we go. Moving on here next to the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand as you may. I believe tonight's pledge begins. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Yes. Oh boy, okay. All right. Next up on our agenda is the invocation. Really the most gracious, I think, time of our agenda. Tonight's invocation will be presented by our very own Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had invited Pastor Jennifer Chapman. She is with Prayer for Santa Clara County. And I think IT was supposed to coordinate that with the meeting tonight. So IT, is she ready?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hi. Everyone, I would
bless
like to welcome Pastor Jennifer Chapman, and she is with Beyond. Well, I'll let her explain, give her a little bit of background, and then she can do the prayer. So
Amen. Amen. Thank
Hey,
you.
welcome, Pastor.
Amen. God bless you. I am the prayer director for Santa Clara County, and to Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, and council members and those in attendance. It is an honor to lift your calling and seat of position before God. I'm coming from Psalms, the 2nd chapter, 10th through the 11th verse. Therefore, you kings, be wise, be warned, you rulers of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear and celebrate his rule with trembling. Father, we the people of God stand before your throne to exhort, pray, and intercede, giving thanks to all men and to you. For kings and those in rulership authority, we ask for your quiet peace to rule in this meeting, for lives of godliness and honesty, for this pleases you. It is your desire for all men to be saved and come into the knowledge of truth. Father, in the name of the Son, of the Holy Spirit, I come before every evil principality, rulers of darkness and wickedness in high places that will come against this meeting tonight. We come against strife, chaos, division, and confusion. We speak forth unity of spirits, hearts, and mind. Reveal your divine will in this meeting. Give your rulers clarity, insight to accomplish your will for Milpitas. May only your purpose for this city be implemented through the hearts and the plans of your people who you have set in position to rule with your governing authority. And with every spirit bow before your throne, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we conclude, God, nevertheless, not our will, but thy will be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor and Pastor. That one hit a little something special tonight. Thank you very much. Moving on here to presentations. First presentation, we got two tonight. First one, I do want to put it first, and that's proclaiming Black History Month, as we do every year here in the city of Milpitas. So let me go ahead first and read the proclamation here, and then make a couple of remarks. So we're here to proclaim the month of February 2021 as Black History Month here in the land of cornfields, per usual. February marks Black History Month, a federally recognized nationwide celebration that calls on all Americans to reflect on the significant roles that African Americans have played in shaping U.S. history. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who fought for equal rights for persons of African descent during the 1950s and 60s. Thurgood Marshall, the first African American justice appointed to the United States Supreme Court in 1967, yes. Mae Jemison, who became the first female African American astronaut to travel to space in 1992. And a person very popular here in Milpitas, Barack Obama, who was elected the first ever African American president of our nation in 2008. And currently the first woman of color holding the second highest office, Vice President Kamala Harris from the town, nickel and dime. These are just a few examples of African American lives and achievements we celebrate this month. The city of Milpitas is one of the first integrated communities in America. Guess what neighborhood? Sunny Hills, home of Carmen Montano. With the rich history of diversity and reformism, we celebrate the strength, resilience, and resolve of the African American community. And we call on all Americans of all backgrounds to overcome injustice, appreciate what we have in common, and commit to building a brighter future. I do want to, say save the best for last. Our Milpitas legend, Ben Gross, who worked as a huge part of Milpitas' independence from San Jose, who worked very hard to bring the sewer infrastructure into Sunny Hills, which is really where it starts. That was a huge battle from Ben Gross, amongst many other leaders in our town, but Ben Gross. And of course, the Sunny Hills subdivision, Ben Gross was just really instrumental in pushing for that development. Talk about being a progressive. He was a progressive before progressives. And we can make very notable, excellent remarks about his time with the United Auto Workers as well. And so his spirit is still alive here in Milpitas. And I want to really take a moment to add something special of late from, I think, the city council here, members of this council. Last year, I think it was, or 2 years ago. And also take time to give a shout out to our city staff, which is, I wouldn't say changing the name or renaming. We weren't really doing that so much, but we justly adjusted the name of Augustine Park, which folks here in town know is Sunny Hills Park. And so that was a huge accomplishment for our history here in the city. And Sunny Hills Park is Black history in the city of Milpitas. I want to really recognize one of our residents, Henry Nichols, who came forward and working aside one of our elected officials here, Carmen Montano, Vice Mayor Montano, pushing that item forward and having the council support it. And if we go out there to Augustine tonight or tomorrow now, you'll see that it says Sunny Hills Park, and that's going to mean so much. I can't wait for the first Sunny Hills party at the park to happen once we get out of the pandemic. Everybody's going to be out there at the Sunny Hills sign. And so thank you to our city staff. I know there's a lot of people, but I do want to recognize our Recreation Services Director, I believe. I saw, my memory is correct. I did see the work on the city staff side. I think I really noticed Renee, and I think Tony as well, Public Works. So I want to recognize our city staff for executing the direction through the city manager and the council. So we live in such a historic place, and more history is being created. It's just truly a blessing from God. So therefore, I, Rich Tran, the mayor of the city of Milpitas, and on behalf of our city council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2021 as Black History Month in Milpitas, and strongly urge the community to appropriately celebrate the achievements of our fellow Americans. I got my Sunny Hills sweater on tonight, represent Sunny Hills here in Black History Month. Respect. Thank you so much. Moving on to our second presentation, recognizing of Manufacturing Day 2020 participants. The Office of Economic Development presented the 4th annual Manufacturing Day on October the 9th of 2020, just a few months ago. It was attended by over 250 virtual students, yes, and members of the public. The event featured a panel discussion on the effects of COVID-19 in the manufacturing sector, workforce development, and reshoring manufacturing jobs to the United States. We'd like to recognize the great work of the panelists. Here we go. Bill Glass of On, Dr. Dickerson of Evergreen Valley College, Casey McNeil, Milpitas resident of Flex, and the Economic Development Trade Commission Vice Chair. Moderator Chris Norwood, he's up next. Yep, that's the president of the school board and also the chair of the Economic Development Trade Commission. And the Milpitas Unified School District Superintendent Cheryl Jordan, really for bringing a great turnout of teachers, students, and principals. And so shout out to Alex Andrade, Director of Economic Development Department, for his continued leadership and organization of the event. Manufacturing Day, we'll get back there non-virtually, and quite interesting. But that's it for the presentations tonight. Thank you for the time, and we really appreciate it. Moving on to public forum. All right, folks, we're here at the public forum. We're going to do 1 minute tonight. 1 minute for public forum. And I'll look to the virtual raise hands. If you're on the Zoom and you're at home or somewhere with your tablet or whatever device or platform you're using on Zoom, you're familiar, please now raise your virtual raise hand. No need to wait for the person to finish talking. Just we'll line up all the hands now. It'll be great. Here we go. Let's see who we got first. First up, we have Jordan Nunez. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. The Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and its 6,000 members support innovative policies to help get people through the pandemic. In the city's budget, SCORE recommends the following policies when exploring rental assistance that other cities in the South Bay have implemented. These are direct payments to housing providers in lieu of rent to limit delays, confusion, and to ensure that funds are spent on rent, allowing both tenants and housing providers to apply for the rental assistance to ensure the program reaches the maximum number of vulnerable individuals and families, implementing means testing on or qualifications based on tenant income to ensure that those most vulnerable are receiving the assistance. We also believe that dedicating resources to housing production is important. Mechanisms such as density bonuses, fee reductions for on-site affordable housing, and fee reductions for ADU production would encourage badly needed production. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us here in Milpitas, Jordan. Next up, we have Voltaire Montemayor. Welcome.
Hi, you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Anyway, mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, city manager and staff. Yeah, most of us here, if it's not all, but most of us are immigrants. So we should respect heritage celebration. With me right now is a placard or banner of the Black History Month. Combine that with, I work with leaders or supervisors coming from Milpitas before, and they're all my friends. They're all in, like me, color. So we respect. In other words, we all know why February, because of Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, the origin, the raising awareness, and the 12 people, I'm Rosa Parks, MLKJ, a lot of them. I respect them. We love them all for their greatness.
One love. Thank you very much. All right. All right, folks. Public forum. I feel like I'm in the chamber right now. I'm looking in the crowd to the left, to the right, in the middle. Folks stand in the back. Please raise your virtual raised hand here. We are here for you, our city of Milpitas. Come on, folks. If you're here, you want to do a public forum, or if you're here for an agenda item, you can raise your virtual hand then when we get down to the item on the agenda down the list. Okay, that's it with the public forum. Thank you so much. Put on announcements and future agenda. Okay, let me pause everything. Let me hold on. I gotta hit the brakes here. We got a virtual raised hand. Welcome, Carlos. Public forum. I'll take your comment. Come on.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor Rick Tran and the City Council. We're just wanting to call to support the item number, or the, apologies, still new at this, but the, 1 second, hold on. Please, to pay the judgments before a certificate of compliance is issued, before any new building is done under the responsible construction, and call to support that there be or any unpaid wage judgments regarding construction performance of the project. Yeah, so any that are paid judgments before a certificate of compliance is issued. Thank you. I apologize for the confusion.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, where are you calling from, Carlos?
Local around here in Santa Clara County, sir. Just
okay, cool. That's good enough. Appreciate you.
You.
All right, next up we got Bria Miles. Hey, welcome.
Hello, good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing us to make the public comments. I'm here on behalf also the Santa Clara Wage Theft Coalition, and for the responsible construction ordinance, we support the 6 words added, or any unpaid wage theft judgment. So the city has not received any information that the Labor Commissioner of the state of California has found violations of Labor Code sections 226, 2810.5, and that these words be added, or any unpaid wage theft judgments regarding construction work performed on the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we got Forrest Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, I spoke at the last meeting, and I provided a review of the level of wage theft. And I'm also speaking with the Wage Theft Coalition of Santa Clara County. And a industry individual called in and made a comment that they didn't feel that construction had a problem with wage theft. And, you know, of all industries, I think construction is one that's a very difficult statement to make. The construction industry often has wage theft for a lot of reasons. The construction workforce is at a disadvantage for many reasons. You know, you have the classic case of a construction worker chasing their boss around a pickup truck because they want to get paid. And that's not the situation you want. You want a fair situation where people are paid a fair wage for their fair work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. All right. Well, folks, we've had moved on from the public forum, and then we ended up being back in public forum. So I want to give everybody one more chance here. I'm not coming back. And here's your fair opportunity if you want to raise your hand. Okay, great. Moving on here to the announcements and future agenda items. Let's go to our city manager for announcements.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, members of the council. I have two brief announcements this evening. First, the city of Milpitas will be celebrating the Year of the Ox with the community virtually this year. Recreation and Community Services has put together a safe virtual event where residents can enjoy Lunar New Year celebrations with music, dance, and performances from local cultural performing groups. This will be starting February 5th through February 16th. City Hall will also be lit in red and gold with special message inviting all to celebrate the Year of the Ox. We hope our residents drive or walk by City Hall and enjoy the night lighting. Our virtual Lunar New Year celebration program will begin February 5th on the Recreation YouTube channel and the city's website and social media pages. I also have another brief announcement, and this is for tonight. I'd like to introduce our new city clerk, Wendy Wood. Wendy will be responsible for administering the city's elections, access to city records, and all legislative actions, ensuring transparency to the public. She joins our team with a solid reputation in performing a variety of highly complex clerical and administrative duties related to local government functions. I'm confident that her skills and genuine desire to help others will be immediately evident. Wendy earned her bachelor's degree in business administration from San Jose State University and is currently working on her master municipal clerk certification. Pleased to welcome her to the city of Milpitas and to her first official city council meeting. And I'd like to have Wendy just say a few words. Wendy?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm honored that I was selected to serve as your city clerk. I feel that I can bring a lot of knowledge and experience to the city of Milpitas. Everyone here has been very welcoming. I'm very excited to get started and work with all of you and provide exceptional service for your community. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. A big Milpitas welcome. And we have really our viewers. We do have a following on Zoom, as you can see, but also on the internet. We do have, folks that tune in. And so I'm excited for our residents to finally meet you here in the meeting. And folks at home across Milpitas, for all your city clerk needs, feel free to go to the City of Milpitas website and either email our city clerk or the office phone as well. So our residents are a joy, and I know you'll meet them once things open up, like our passport desk and other services as well. So I'm excited for you, Wendy. Welcome. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Steve, for the announcements. Back to the council here. I got one announcement, which is I know there's a lot of effort amongst the city council collectively and city staff to address the homelessness folks here in town, especially with the wet and colder weather. And so I'm looking forward to coming forward soon with some new ideas as well, so that we can provide some wintertime cold weather relief to folks here in town. And I'll work with the city manager to brainstorm on things shortly. And but that's an announcement I wanted to make. I know that's a concern we're hearing, at least through my communications. And really, at the same time, one more thing is the homelessness task force, which is coming together this month here. And I think that's going to be very pivotal for our community's efforts towards finding good decisions, good solutions, for one of the growing issues here in town. So let's go to our City Council for any further announcements. Here we go, virtual raise hands. First up here, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Wendy, welcome to the city of Milpitas. And you and I have something in common. San Jose State University, alma mater. So yay, Spartans or
Me
Trojans.
too. I'm getting there too.
Spartans.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with y'all.
And also, today is the Groundhog Day. You know, if the groundhog sees its shadow, then it's spring's coming early. Anyway, so what I wanted to say, the previous speaker during public comment, his name was, I think it was Jordan Nunez. I like what he said, and we have a rent relief program, but I also know that I think he mentioned he's from the Apartments Association. So way back, one of his representatives said that they would give monies to our rent relief program. So I'm still waiting, and I'm wondering if that has happened. So
he's with the realtors.
So if you're listening, Mr. Nunez.
I think it was the realtors. He was from the Realtors Association.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully they can give to our rent relief program, so we can do that. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Except we have Councilmember Chua. And yes, my microphone, please, Councilmember Chua, your microphone. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Tran. I heard you say about the cold weather and the homelessness. So I thought about we've been experiencing really cold weather, the rain, strong wind, and the cold weather exacerbated with the power outages in our city. So I would like to make a motion to allocate the not to exceed $50,000 for hotel vouchers to our unhoused residents for the winter. So I think we need this right now because it's really cold out there, and if we use Milpitas hotels, the TOT will come back to us as a revenue. So it's a win-win for everybody. So I'm asking for the support of my fellow council members as a humanitarian motion for our homeless. Thank you so much.
I'll second that motion for this to be agendized at our next available meeting. I'll second that motion for to be agendized for action, but really also importantly for discussion, but also have it agendized for action, amount not to exceed $50,000. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then so Mayor Tran and Councilmember Chua, no need for a second on the motion. It would just be a request to the council to have a discussion at your next meeting, and then we can look at setting it up for potential action.
Thank you.
Okay, great,
Thank
fantastic.
You,
Thank you, fantastic. Yeah, next available meeting, great. Okay, Councilor Chua, anything else?
That's all for now, Mayor.
Okay, great. Yeah, that'd be great for our local hotels too, to get some customers. And virtual raised hands. I see on my Zoom the Vice Mayor. Was that the hand you wanted up, or? Okay,
I'm sorry, I forgot to lower it.
Oh, no worries. All right, we're going to Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. At this time, I just wanted to kindly ask staff if they could please provide an update on vaccination sites in Milpitas. I know that we are working, I know we have made a request to the county to see if they could host a site here in Milpitas. And so I would love to see that happen. I know that a site has opened in Mountain View, and I would love to see if we could open one here in Milpitas as soon as possible. And so I'm not sure if that needs a motion or a direction, but I don't know, Chris, I would look to you. I don't think it does, but it's just asking if we could have that information at the next council meeting.
Yeah, I think if staff has that information and they can prepare for the next council meeting, we can either include it on an agenda just as an informational item or provide an info memo outside of the city council meeting context. So it's at the discretion of the council.
Perfect.
Yeah, I support that from the Councilmember Dominguez, and I know Steve's on the weekly Saturday morning call. Thank you very much, Steve. Every Saturday, he's meeting with our county and local leaders, as well as myself and the vice mayor. But yeah, I think I support Councilmember Dominguez's kind of proposal here, and if it's okay, then our city manager can be available too.
Thank you. Yes. So maybe then the proposal could be to ask the county to put a site in Milpitas to be more directive, and then bring that back, if that's okay, Mayor.
Yeah, that's great. Absolutely. Okay.
With that, with that, I do just want to kindly take the time to share with our viewers. I know there's been a lot of questions regarding Kaiser, concerns about 65 and over being vaccinated. Please know that San Jose has opened a site for vaccinations, which is at the School of Arts and Culture, and it's open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. As one of the ambassadors for the city of Milpitas, please know this is a county service. As we try to bring something to Milpitas, I do encourage seniors over the age of 65 to please, it's a walk-in service. Definitely we'll make sure that we somehow put the information up for folks to have. They do take Kaiser, so you can take your insurance card and they will bill Kaiser. But I do know that we have had some issues here with some folks, unfortunately, not being able to get their appointments or canceled. But please know that that is a county service until hopefully we get our own site. And so please, if you're watching us and you need that vaccine, I highly suggest that you use that county service, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, if there's no further virtual raised hands from my colleagues, thank you, everybody. And let's move on here to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. You know what time it is. Our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
As I get the next two items, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask the questions that we ask at every council meeting. The mayor and council to please disclose any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. We'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none. I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant noted on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you. And I'll move on to the next item, which is reading of the council code of conduct. So I'll start at the top. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices on the council dais. And again, as I remind you all, it includes the Zoom platform we're on tonight. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. All right. And moving on here to the approval of agenda. How's it looking, folks? Before we get to the consent, but right now, approval of agenda. I'll move to approve the agenda.
Second.
If you have a second by Councilmember Dominguez, all in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself and I, the motion is carried. That is approved to the agenda. Moving on here to consent calendar. I would like to add number 13 to the consent calendar. And I'll look to my colleagues for any further requests. If there are none, looking for a motion.
So move.
Mayor Tran, I just wanted to note two things for the consent calendar, just for the council's benefit. With regard to item C3, you've heard some public comments tonight. If there was any interest of the council in exploring that language, it would require us to reintroduce at a subsequent meeting, but we are going to come back to you with some edits. And so I'm happy to look into that question if you'd like and bring back more information at the first meeting in March. And then for item C6, staff did send out a revised adoption agreement, which is part of the adoption that you would make in terms of adopting the resolution. We have provided that on the city website so the public can access it, and the council also has it by email. So in making your motion for C6, you'd be approving the slightly revised agreement. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. And Chris, for C3, if we wanted those edits, those few handful of words to be in there, so would it behoove us to hold on to C3 until the next meeting? And the first.
That's a great question, Mayor. There's two ways you can look at it. One would be to adopt tonight, and then we come back to you at your first meeting in March with additional changes to basically clean up the ordinance and consider those additional language changes. Or you could defer action tonight, and then I could come back to you at your first meeting in March to walk you through kind of all the changes.
Councilmember Fan, what do you want to do?
I think I'm comfortable approving the ordinance as it is. I believe that there are subsections in the current language that already address the concerns that community members have brought forward, and that has been, I guess, clarified by the attorney's office. So I'm comfortable with the ordinance.
Okay, great. Let's keep it on the consent tonight, and I'll work with Councilmember Fan for anything going forward, and we'll reach out to you, Chris, as well. And it's great. I did want to check with Councilmember Fan on that. Appreciate you, my friend. Okay, here. So yeah, thank you for the city attorney for some more information on our consent items. I do see virtual raised hands, so I do want to check in. Vice Mayor, did you want to speak now?
I just wanted to pull C8, and it's just for historical, and it won't take that long, so pull that one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Quick question, or pull it. We're going to pull it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll go to Councilmember Fan with the virtual raised hand.
Is there an appetite to add item 10 onto consent?
Oh man, is that how you talk? Okay.
No, I would prefer.
I want to. Yeah, there's not an appetite.
Yeah.
Sure.
I need a bicycle. It reminds me I need to do a bicycle. Okay, great. There you have it, folks. We're pulling item number 18 from the consent, and we're putting item number 13 on the consent. All other items remain status quo, if I may say. All right, I'll move the consent calendar.
Did you say to pull? You pulled C8, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. Thank you.
All right, now I need a second from you now.
All right, second.
Okay, we've got a second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor, virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Consent calendar approved. Fantastic. All righty, here we're going to item number 9. Let's conduct the fourth study session on the Milpitas Metro specific plan with presentation, discussion, and city council direction on key plan policies related to transportation, mobility, circulation, and traffic. All righty, we'll welcome our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Good evening, Vice Mayor Montano, members of the council. We're very happy to be with you again tonight. I hope you don't get tired of us. We have tonight and one more meeting in March, and then we can begin preparing the plan. But we want to be sure that we engage the council, that we have your direction, and that we're going the right way as we prepare the plan. In the interest of time, I'll be very brief. We have our project manager, Kevin Riley, with us. And the presentation tonight will again, and also our planning manager, Jessica Garner. And the presentation tonight will again be given by our project team, Jane Lynn and Christina Paul, and that we are also joined tonight by Mark Spencer and Barry Bergman from W-Trans. They are the transportation sub-consultants for the project. So with that team in place, I'll turn it over to Jane for a brief presentation, and we can have a discussion on this topic. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to come to you again with the Milpitas Metro specific plan. We have, we're happy to bring back the second topic out of 3 that we are presenting to you about the framework for the plan. So I am going to just share my screen. One moment. And here. All right, everyone can see that, I hope. What we're going to talk about today is transportation, mobility, circulation, traffic, and parking. And since the beginning, we've been working very hard, and we have now formed a framework for the plan, and we're presenting to you some ideas. And today is the 2nd of 3rd. The next time we come to you is in another month on March 2nd to talk about parks. This time we're really focusing on transportation planning, and after these 3 sessions we plan to go to the Planning Commission and then draft the plan and come back for further discussion of how that all would work with the fees. And then after that we will be bringing the draft of the EIR forward as well. So just to do a little recap, we came to you just 2 weeks ago to talk about land use and density. And we presented our ideas, a lot of them very preliminary, about what could happen here on out with the Milpitas Metro specific plan. And we asked you 3 questions. And these 3 questions we all had agreement on, which I was very happy to hear. And what we wanted to highlight were some of the things that you said. So we asked you, do you support the land use policies as described, or do you have changes you'd like to propose? And your response was balance housing with commercial, retail, and office. That a neighborhood commercial mix is ideal, and that we have to address the housing crisis and provide affordable housing. And these are all things that we are trying to do with our land use approach. Next, for the second question, do you support the locations for land uses described? And what you see here is a map of some of those locations, and we went through all sub-districts and talked about potential development of those. And some of your responses were that it was strategic and that the kind of land uses and density proposed were appropriate here. The third question is, do you support the densities and intensities of land uses described? And in that case, there were a couple really great comments. One was there will have to be some density in some areas, and it makes sense here because of transit, and that I fully agree with that. If it doesn't go here, it has to go somewhere, and I think that is a very important takeaway from our discussion. This is just to remind everyone about the vision that we're trying to put forward. The biggest part of the vision is to create a more complete neighborhood, and we are absolutely here to talk about that with transportation planning. Last time we focused on retail, jobs, and housing. This time we really are talking about safer and more attractive multimodal connections for walking and biking. Next time we will be coming back to talk further about shared public spaces, and all of this is to enhance the sense of place and the Milpitas Metro district. So for completing connections, I'm going to hand it over to Christina, who will get us started and set the context. Christina?
Yes, hello, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. It's nice to be with you again this evening. So here we are talking about transportation and mobility and parking in the Milpitas metro area. And we want to be clear that we are building off of the really strong foundation that you have already established in your draft general plan, as well as the priorities that you have outlined in previous sessions with us. So looking at the general plan, what we see is that we want to be creating a network for circulation and transportation. We want to be building complete streets so that all users, people who are walking, biking, rolling, and taking transit as well as driving, have space on the street. We're going to be focusing on transit, on active transportation, and then transportation demand management, which is TDM. So that's when we do have a demand for any kind of transportation, but particularly driving. How do we manage that demand so that there's a reasonable amount of use on the roads. And then we're looking at sustainability and of course implementation. Not only does this mirror the priorities that you've said, but we also again heard from the community when we went out with surveys that 72% of them wanted us to prioritize pedestrian and bicycle connections. So we're really taking that into consideration in Milpitas Metro, and we're thinking about sort of evolving how people in that neighborhood in particular, which is a really transit-rich neighborhood, think about getting from one place to another. Everybody's going to have a lot of choice, and we're going to encourage folks to use these modes that are being prioritized by the city. When we asked folks, this was our survey back a couple of months ago, what they really wanted to be seeing when they were walking and biking around the Milpitas metro area, they said that they wanted continuous trails, bike lanes that are separated from automobile traffic. This is especially important on roads like Great Mall Parkway, where you have a lot of pretty high volume, high speed traffic. They wanted better lighting, clearly marked bike lanes, and they were less concerned about clearly marked sidewalks. You actually have pretty good sidewalk connectivity, but the sidewalks kind of are narrow in relationship to the larger roads. Next slide, please. When we asked them what access improvements they wanted to see specifically to the transit station, they said additional safer pedestrian access to transit. This is already something that's underway with the new pedestrian bridge that goes from the Piper neighborhood over to BART. But we want to think more about those intersections and those larger arterials like Great Mall Parkway and Montague Expressway, and how to get people across each of those, both for pedestrians and bikes, which are those first two priorities.
Thank you, Christina. So I'm going to go through some of the ideas that we had brought to you before. And the first one we're going to talk about is reimagining Great Mall Parkway as something quite enhanced from what it is today. And then I'll go over some of the other connections that could be made as well to make this area more connected. So the Great Parkway is what we're kind of calling it. It's a wide street right now. It's quite dominated by traffic, and there's this light rail structure going down the middle of it. And as imagined today, it's hard to tell what's going to come, but there is a lot happening. There's the Lion Living District and the Summer Hill project that is going to be on one side of it. And on the Great Mall side, last time we presented some ideas of what it could be someday. And this is a place that everyone will be coming to as they drive to or walk to or get to the transit center. So it is a very visible place, and it has some landmark quality to it, but it's not fully what it could be. Now, there is an opportunity to make it more of an identifier for the area with different kinds of public art that might dress up the underside of the infrastructure, or ways to integrate something that is really memorable for this area. So that's just one of the ideas of what it could really do, what this could really do to transform this into something better. And we showed you this last time as an idea of what could happen, just to sort of imagine out what this could be. And what we're really seeing is that it could really be enlivened, and it could be a place that is redesigning this wide street and allowing for more other modes to be part of it, like cycling and for walking, and making this environment as nice as possible. Meanwhile, the lanes are very wide here, and they could be reduced just a little bit to make room for everything. There is quite a lot of great infrastructure here already. There's the freeways, there's arterials of Montague Expressway and Great Mall Parkway, Capitol Avenue. These are all really important ways to get into this district. There's also such rich transit in this area. There's not just light rail, there's BART, and then there's Union Pacific as well. There's other rail in this area. Doesn't carry passengers, but these large infrastructure, they are connectors, but sometimes they act as circulation barriers. So getting across some of these pieces of infrastructure is a little bit challenging for pedestrians and cyclists, to say the least. There's also creeks that run through this area, which also hinder, horizontal movement. So just to make sure, we're trying to figure out ways to connect across some of these barriers. And so we're trying to think of ways to connect over creeks, connect over streets, and connect between subdistricts. And actually, there's plenty that has been thought of already and has been planned. So there's some bridges that have been built. One very recently from the BART station, this pedestrian overcrossing that was opened in June, or started in June. And there are also lots of great sidewalks that are being provided by new development and using the original TASP streetscape design guidelines, and they really are enhancing the pedestrian streetscape. And we've really gotten started in a good place, but there is more to come. So here are some of those existing streets and connections. I mentioned the new pedestrian overcrossing, that's one. But I want you to also notice that some of these blue lines don't end anywhere. And so those are some of the spots that we really were trying to focus on, especially in the Tango area. And here are two maps that also kind of show existing sidewalks, existing bikeways and trails. And as you can see, there's a really good start, but there needs to be more to connect it. And actually, Vice Mayor spoke last time of an analogy that I think is really useful here, that the trails should help connect like a bicycle spoke to a hub. And I think actually that is exactly what we're hoping to do. So we're also thinking about what these connections are like. Are they places for vehicles? Are they mixed with vehicles and pedestrians and bikes? Or do you control the vehicles so that pedestrian bikes are protected as much as possible? So as we look at these, there are a couple different types. And so here in the teal dashed lines are some of those connections that are pedestrian and bike connections only, and they're along the trails along the creeks, and there's some connections that go across McCandless to the Tango district. And then you'll see that there's some new blue dashed lines too, and those are new potential streets that also carry vehicles. So it's everyone, vehicles, bikes, and pedestrians that can go on those. So those are some of the new potential connections. And I really want to point out that there's two really important connections to make. One is to the Innovation District across Berryessa Creek. That's one potential bridge there. And there are many in Tango, which is what we'll focus on next. And so here in Tango, which is a mashup of Tarab and Sengo Court, we see that there is a way to really connect everything. The first thing that we would see is there would be an extension to the South Milpitas Boulevard extension. That South Milpitas Boulevard extension currently goes through the transit center and it ends at Capitol Avenue, but it would go all the way across, and then there would be a bridge that crosses over Penitentiary Creek East Channel. And once it crosses that bridge, it would become pedestrian and bike only and go through a park. There's two parcels that were recently purchased for a park. One extends Rathbone Park, and the other one is right next to the creek. So the path would go there, and it would connect up with Sengo Court. Also along the creek is an enhanced creek trail and a pedestrian overcrossing over Montague Expressway that would make it possible to get all the way to McCandless Park, and then another bridge that would help connect it closer to the district. So this asterisk right here, I just want you to think of where that is, because the next image is an image of where that is. So we're standing next to the Penitentiary Creek East Channel. And just Oh dear. Oh, there we go. Just to point out some of the features here, to the left is the Tango subdistrict, just to orient us, and to the right is the Milpitas Transit Center. And you'll see that that bridge is designed for emergency vehicles so that, you know, it can service the Tango area, but it is really controlled for bicycle and pedestrians. And that this is part of a network of multi-use creek trails. So you're able to really enjoy this this natural environment and also the open space with the parks. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Mark, who will be talking more about the evolving transportation system.
Thank you, Jane, and good evening, City Council members. I am Mark Spencer. I am a senior principal transportation engineer with W-Trans. I want to begin by talking a little bit about, first of all, where does this put us right now? Jane and Christina were doing an excellent job talking about the general plan goals. And as you see here, there are 7 key goals from the general plan, and there are challenges, and we have assets, we've got tremendous transportation resources, and a lot of opportunities. And so how do we put this all together, and then how do we analyze it and put it in a framework and move it forward into the plan so that we can manage the transportation system and put the pieces together so that the transportation system works and supports the land use plan and everything we're trying to do in Milpitas Metro. So again, you see the 7 key goals here, from complete streets to bike and ped and trails. TDM is goal number 5. We use a lot of acronyms in transportation. TDM is Transportation Demand Management. How do we manage transportation for all modes and all users? Also sustainability, and how do we implement it, and how do we fund it? Go to the next slide, please. So one of the important things, and this is becoming more of a topic, although it's something we've always talked about in the industry, is transportation equity. Making sure that what we're providing is a transportation system that works for everybody, regardless of where you live, where you're coming from, but it has to work for everybody and not just for those that can drive from one neighborhood to another, but also for those who have mobility impairments, for those who want to walk, those who want to bike, and for all trip purposes. So it's all inclusive. And this is a very much driving the mindset of how we think about a transportation system in today's environment. Next slide, please. 2 more of the great acronyms that we've been using quite a bit. Level of service, that one has been around for the last 40 or 50 years. And vehicle miles traveled, which I'll introduce to you and talk about in just a minute. So level of service is like a report card, or you have level of service A is very good, everything's free flow, it's in wonderful conditions. It's kind of like Ward and June Cleaver. It reminds us of a time that probably none of us ever experienced, but theoretically it's in all the handbooks and says level of service A is great. But in reality, we live in a suburban to urban environment where we periodically have delays on the roadway and queues, and we all understand that. And so we measure delay per vehicle and how much congestion there is per vehicle. Can we go back, please? But vehicle miles traveled is, according to CEQA and the environmental law, how we're moving forward in transportation. It's a new way of thinking about things, turning it literally 180 degrees around. When you think about delay and level of service, it's always the impact on drivers. If you put in a new development, if you put in something or change the environment, what's the effect on the drivers? What does that mean? Does that mean they can't drive? How long does it take to get from point A to point B? Instead of looking at the impacts of drivers, we now want to look at the impact of driving itself on the community overall. And that's what vehicle miles traveled is all about. This graphic shows an example of how one person in one home could potentially have 29 vehicle miles traveled in a given day. They go to work, they maybe stop for gas, they run an errand, they drop their kid off at school, they may stop somewhere in between, pick up something to eat. The combination of all of those trips and the interaction of those different trip types, that's vehicle miles traveled. It has a lot of effect in different neighborhoods and on different streets. And starting this past summer in 2020, the environmental legislation in California requires us to evaluate vehicle miles traveled as opposed to what we were previously looking at, which was level of service, which we will still evaluate operationally, but the emphasis will be on the vehicle miles traveled and the impacts of driving on the community overall. Next slide, please. And this is an interesting graphic, a way to take a look at how roads and how space is utilized, because what we want to do is make sure we're making the most efficient use of space. The picture on the left shows a bus, and the bus can hold 60 people. It doesn't take up a lot of space. One bus, 60 people. If you take them out of the bus and you say, hey, let's say all those 60 people were suddenly on bicycles. It takes up a little bit more space on the roadway, but not a whole lot. It's a pretty efficient use of space. Now let's take those same 60 people, you kick them off the bus, you take them off their bicycles gently, and you say, hey, they're all going to be driving their own car. Look how much space 60 cars takes on the roadway. And you kind of get a sense of space efficiency. And what we're trying to do is say, hey, we don't expect everyone to stop driving. We don't want that. That's not realistic. There's a purpose for that. But we want to make sure that people have options and choices and that the system is balanced enough so that people who don't have to drive and use their car for every single trip. Next slide, please. A 15-minute city is a concept that we're talking about quite a bit lately. And it means, in essence, what can you do within 15 minutes of your house? Think of it that way. And what kind of choices do you have? Within 15 minutes of your house, if you wanted to, could you walk and pick up a quart of milk? Could you walk your child to school? Could you actually go to your job within 15 minutes? Or go to a gym or find a park? That's what we're talking about. Within Milpitas Metro, we really want to focus on a 15-minute city concept where there's a lot of services that you don't necessarily have to drive, or if you don't want to drive and you want to be able to walk someplace or bicycle someplace or take a scooter or a skateboard, a hoverboard, whatever your choice is. Again, it's providing those opportunities and balance. Next slide, please. Transportation Demand Management, or TDM, is related to vehicle miles traveled. I'm going to turn this over now to my colleague, Barry Bergman, who will explain the relationship and why we're emphasizing TDM in this plan.
Thanks, Mark. I'm Barry Bergman. I'm a planner with W-Trans. And so we've talked about changing the mix of land uses. We've talked about building some infrastructure to make connections. TDM is a bit more on the programmatic side. So we are looking, it's all part of a series of strategies to mitigate those VMT impacts under CEQA. But we're also looking to support broader goals. We want to take advantage of BART, the light rail, the multiple bus lines, provide a range of convenient mobility options, create some incentives that'll make people have an interest in using those other modes as a convenient way to get around. And aside from the CEQA related part of it, it is an important part of the Milpitas Metro vision and supporting access to local goods and services. So as far as the strategies that are used, it's really something that has to be designed to target a wide range of users. So it's people who live in the area, it's people who work in the area, people who are visiting. So it's something that obviously transit is going to be a central part of this. The project is perfectly situated to take advantage of that. So it could be providing discounted passes. I think we could probably agree that telework is going to be a bigger part of this than we would have imagined a year ago. But there's really no one size fits all approach. It's something that's going to have to be customized and using a package of strategies, and often they'll be mutually supportive of one another. So parking is going to be a key part of that. Managing the on-street and the off-street supply. It could be something like unbundling parking, where someone who maybe they choose not to have a car, they don't have to pay to rent a parking space as part of renting an apartment. Preferential parking for carpools, providing bike parking, and also providing parking permits to help prevent local neighborhoods from having the impacts of parking overflowing into their area. Next slide, please. Complete streets. This gets back to something Jane touched on earlier, and it's really a kind of a key element in forming that complete neighborhood. So designing for all modes of transportation includes, if you look at the diagram, you can see there's wider sidewalks, enhanced crosswalks, protected bike lanes, which have a buffer from vehicle traffic, And the transportation here it's one thing to look at all modes, but it also integrates with other design elements that are part of this project, such as street trees, landscaping, ground floor commercial activity. So it's a very holistic picture. And just going back to that slide Jane showed earlier of the reimagined Great Mall Parkway. So we want to emphasize this is illustrative, this is a concept, and but there's a few elements that I think are worth noting. One is that it's not going to be something that removes vehicle capacity, but what we are doing is talking about repurposing the space that's already there. So the vehicle lanes are wider than they need to be to safely and efficiently move traffic. There's a median that can be narrowed. So there's a certain amount of space that can be reused for other purposes. So we have the cycle track here that shows a buffer from traffic, creating a much more comfortable place for people to bike, and wider sidewalks. There's more public space. So just kind of a whole way that using that existing space, it can be repurposed and really change the feel of the place. Now back to Christina.
Thank you, Barry. Yes, Christina next.
All right, thank you, Mark and Barry. And council, please do stop us, or we're totally happy to go back and geek out about transportation as much as you would like to. But we also want to respect your time and agenda tonight. So when we think about shaping all of this material that we've been talking about into policies, we want to think again about people who are driving, people who are biking, walking, parking, and riding transit, as well as other ways that folks might get around. So if we go on to the next slide, we'll see an outline of what our policy approach is. So our first step, which we started with this evening, was to make sure that we're aligned with the general plan. We want to focus on multimodal transportation, and we really want to capitalize on our transit nodes, both the transit station and any other bus and transit stations that we have in the neighborhood, including the other VTA station. And then we want to follow state guidance and look at reducing VMT, particularly in this very transit-oriented neighborhood. When we look at transportation demand management, we want to recommend measures that are really effective and cost-effective for the city. You can develop shuttles and so on to try to manage transportation, but those are very expensive to run and difficult to implement. So we want to make this easy and effective for the city. If something's built into a building, it's a lot harder to take away and a lot easier to monitor than other programs might be. We want to address both on-street and off-street parking. So we want to manage parking so there's not a huge amount in new developments coming in, but then we want to make sure that folks have other options so they don't feel like they need 3 cars, for example, and they have transit passes available, they have bike parking available, they have guaranteed ride home and the other kinds of measures that Barry was talking about earlier, so that they don't feel like having not having 3-car parking for their apartment is a difficulty. And we want to make sure that we limit spillover. So the city is in the process of looking at different parking permit programs and has begun to implement a program to limit parking in the Milpitas metro area to 4 hours during work days, so that folks don't just park on the street and use that as their long-term parking. And we want to identify trade-offs. So if we allow free parking, what does that mean? And we want to make sure that we're looking at hidden costs as well as actual costs. And then in our implementation planning, we want to think about who is going to champion this ongoing work, both in Milpitas Metro and from a citywide perspective, because many of the policies that we're developing in this plan are going to be applicable in the upcoming Gateway Plan and could be applicable in other areas of the city. So this is going to be building a toolbox that you can use for a long time. And we want to make sure to help with that implementation framework. So next slide, please. Thinking about our mobility goals, all of this was in a bit more detail in the agenda report attachment that you received before this meeting. But these are our 5 primary goals that we're identifying in Milpitas Metro. We, like in the general plan, want to promote multimodal circulation, reduce VMT and climate impacts, support pedestrian and bicycle mobility, and ensure that folks are connected to the transit spokes, the transit hubs of the wheel that are so central to this district. And that's it for my points.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Barry and Mark. So we're at the end of our presentation and we'd like to ask you a few questions. The first is, do you support the Milpitas Metro policy approach that we presented today to implement general plan priorities, to focus on multimodal transportation, reduce VMT, and equitable access to mobility? There's some other subparts of this question about, whether or not we're missing any connections, or if you support the complete streets approach for Great Mall Parkway, or support the proposed transportation demand management strategies, or vehicle miles traveled approach. And the second question is, do these policies address concerns about the impacts that you think will be associated with the land use and density that we proposed and discussed last time 2 weeks ago for the Milpitas Metro specific plan? So thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. We'd love to hear your answers to these questions.
Thank you very much, Jane, Christina, Barry, and Mark, the whole team. Let's go to public comment first. The 1 minute public comment here. Let's get public comment accomplished here. Urvish Kumar Mehta, you're first. Okay, I don't see him anymore. Anywho, it's public comment time. Okay, Urvish Kumar Mehta, 1 minute public comment. Here we go.
I think the Milpitas Metro plan is very robust, very stable. There's still a lot more improvements to be done. As the city is growing, it requires to be divided into different regions as per, and the different zoning are required to be made as well. Along with that, as far as the transportation system is concerned, there's a still scope of implementing the solar roads. The roads, could be solar as well, and the implementation should be more cleaner in terms of what Milpitas Metro should be made, not just in terms of a Great Mall Parkway or not just in terms of Capitol Avenue. It requires to be cleaned up from all perspective, from all the way from Sunnyvale Hills to Edward Lynn Park, as well as from the Ivan Street all the way back, from the Victoria Street. There are a lot many aspects that are required to be developed within the city of Milpitas to become a Milpitas Metro. In order to be a Milpitas Metro, there is also a need for a phase 2 plan to be implemented, where the right set of a transportation system could be established. The vehicles should be electric, as well as more electric scooters should be allowed within the city. I want to thank Jane and Christina Mark as well for presenting the presentation. Certainly a lot more takeaways to take, a lot more improvements to make with the Milpitas Metro plan.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Public comment continues for this item. Anybody with us here on Zoom, please raise your virtual raised hand if you'd like to provide public comment. We are here. Milpitas Metro in 2021 and going forward. Okay, that's it with public comment, folks. I'll give everybody a chance. Back to our dais here with our city council. I like to provide feedback efficiently here as we have very more pressing items. But I'm just gonna go answer it real quick, and I think we can go down the line. 1A, I think all the connections are covered. B, do I support the complete streets for the Great Mall Parkway? Yes. If you're taking notes, somebody, okay, great. C, do you support proposed TDM and VMT? Of course, that's huge. I remember reading about that not too long ago, so happy to see that there. From the presentation, it really looks like this team is putting forward a very high level of planning, on every level, so that's great. And then 2, yeah, I mean, I think so. I think, for the Milpitas Metro, we want to add mixed use. And I think this plan has done that significantly. But as we go forward and we kind of start putting the periods at the end of sentences and approving things, our council will sure will have a workshop or something as we get closer to the final product. But thank you so much. I do want to go down the line. That way we can be efficient here. Vice Mayor Montano.
Oh, I have some questions on, not on this, but on some of the presentations. So when is the time for that?
That was the time.
Okay. So can you go back to, there was one section in there, I can't remember, and I didn't know whether we could interject at that time, and maybe we should have had that opportunity to, so that way we won't go back, but it's too late now. So there was maybe 3 slides down where we had 680, 880.
Here.
Yeah, I think that was the one. Yeah. So, because most of the cars that are coming in, they're not the residents from Milpitas. They're coming from 680, and they're going through Great Mall. That's where the congestion is at. So I'm just wondering how are we going to combat this congestion? Because even though we put all the plan there, the metro plan is good, but what's going to be our plan for that? Because that's where the traffic, that's the congestion is. They're the ones that are causing all the pollution and all that.
I was wondering, Mark, do you have an
Jane,
answer?
let me take that. Yeah.
Yes.
So, Councilmember, you're not wrong in the sense that there's a lot of cross traffic coming down south on 680 in the morning, cutting across the city and heading towards job centers throughout Silicon Valley.
Right.
And there's probably 6 different places where this occurs in a pretty small area between Fremont and Milpitas. So there's a couple of things. One is there's been a lot of talk about improving cross connectors between 680 and 880, particularly on Mission Boulevard in Fremont.
That would be ideal.
And so trying to keep that out of Milpitas, which probably makes Milpitas happier. That's not going to prevent it from happening entirely. There's still going to be on Calaveras on 237, of course, and you're going to see it on elsewhere. But one of the things is, as we reimagine Great Mall Parkway and what it can be, and it's not reducing the capacity, but it's changing the face and look and feel of it. It would be a slower street concept. It would have the same number of lanes, but it would also accommodate different modes. And by having this makeover, it actually would not be as convenient of a cut through. It'll still serve local needs. It'll serve the needs of those of us in Milpitas. But as each of the areas grow, particularly in the Milpitas metro area, it's not going to be as desirable of a place to cut across. And motorists are going to adapt and adjust to that. What we don't want to do as a goal is trying to accommodate that cut through traffic and just make sure it can cut across town as quickly as possible, because that destroys the inner part of the community itself. That wouldn't be a goal. What we want to do is say, look, we know this happens, but we'd rather it happen somewhere else. And if we're going to try and create a sense of place and purpose for ourselves here in our town, and that makes it less convenient or attractive for people to cut across, so be it. That's actually not a bad thing, but it's a carrot and stick, because there are other plans to improve cross connectors between the 2 freeways.
Yeah, but realistically, I don't see that anytime in the near future. Ideally, it would be nice, but that's neither here or there. How many lanes will be affected right now? First of all, how many lanes are on Great Mall right now? Is it 4 or 5? I can't remember.
Currently, there's 2 through lanes in each direction, and then there's turnpikes and other places where it widens a little bit. And they're pretty wide lanes as it is right now, because the median is quite large to accommodate the aerial structure of the light rail.
So how many lanes are there? 4?
4 through 4, 2 in each direction.
Okay. No, one direction. I think it's more than 2. I think it's 3?
Actually, I think it is 3 through
Yeah, I
lanes.
think it's 2.
So it's 3 through lanes in each direction. Sorry, Mark.
Okay.
But we are not reducing the number. So there won't be less lanes. It will be narrowing the lanes and narrowing the median.
Yeah, in the Milpitas metro area, that's true. There's for the most part, it's a 3-lane and 3-lane
Yeah,
on each
because
side
I live in
cross-section
that.
in this part.
Yeah, I live in near
Yeah.
the area. That's why, and I know
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be more than 2.
No, you're
So
correct.
I just want to make sure that with the bike lanes that you do not encroach on the 3 lanes. That make sure that those 3 lanes do stay on there.
Mm-hmm.
And you also mentioned that the medians are probably going to be narrowed, right?
Yes, council member. So the plan is to, and you've made some points about this before and we took them to heart. So the median in some places is around 40 feet. And so it's actually a lot of publicly owned space that's not getting used for anything. The access is really terrible. So we can't really do anything in there. It wouldn't be safe to have a park or anything in there. And so the idea is to give more use to the space by essentially squeezing that median in and then shifting the lanes over a little bit, but keeping the same number so that then you can have those protected bike lanes, a little bit of park space on the side while keeping that same capacity in the roadway.
Yeah, I like that because I've brought this up way back that I felt that the medians are just too wide. And even when people are turning, there needs to be more, the medians need to be more narrow. So when people are turn, there'll be more room for other cars to turn. That's what causes that gridlock because there's not enough room, so they get stuck there. But I do like that you're going to be improving that. So when I was looking at the map, I also noticed that you don't have. These are just recommendations. A place where you, because in the future we're going to have shuttle buses. We're going to have autonomous road autos. So is there a place where we're going to be where they can take people?
Yes, I believe that the transit center currently has, it's where this VTA sign is right now, where the bus center is, and all of the street that has been designed, which is an extension of South Milpitas Boulevard. There's ample curb designed right now, and actually with any new development, it would be about designing the curb so that the drop off for autonomous vehicles or for any of those kinds of vehicles can happen and make it really convenient, especially to make connections.
Well, I was thinking more in the area where the homes are going, the homes are going to be at. For example, on the north side, not the Lion Living side, but it's more of the
near to the Great Mall.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was thinking there because that's where it's near. Because the whole purpose is to have people live there and not have to drive their cars. Everything will be there in that vicinity. So I was just thinking maybe an area where they can have where the shuttles, autonomous vehicles, because it's all, you're focusing on the transportation modality. So I'm just thinking that there should be an area like a drop-off area or.
Oh yes.
Can pick up,
You've got the right idea. I think this is exactly, it's something we're planning to bring in, is to make sure that there are places that you can stop like that. And, especially the design of the curb as it adapts to new technology and new places where things could stop as, for shuttles and things like that. So I think we're aligned here.
Yeah, it's just an area designated for the shuttle, for Lyft and Uber and, all those areas. I like the mixed use and the trails, all that, the bicycle hub concept. I like that. The other thing, since there's going to be a lot of young families there, I'd like for you guys to think about childcare centers. I know that that way people don't have to drive their car to take their child to a childcare center. In the future, when you guys start developing that area, put a childcare center in there. I know Cisco right there off of 880. It's a beautiful childcare center, and that's where the workers. Well, when Cisco was here, well, they still are there, but they're not. It's not open. But that was something like that where it's open space in the middle, and around it are the childcare rooms, the classrooms. So something like that. I think we could do something because the whole point is so people don't have to drive their cars. So I'll put all the amenities that they need in that area. And the other thing I wanted to mention, parkland, some kind of open space, and maybe in that childcare area have a little park or open space. And the other thing I wanted, the table 1 development capacity. Is that a time to talk about this?
You can talk about anything you want right now. We're gonna go down the line and then
yeah. So the office space is 993,843. Retail is only 287. And I know that Great Mall brings in a lot of sales tax revenue. So that's my concern. And I'm just wondering if you could do more retail instead of office. Because we do need to make sure that our city is sustainable with the sales tax. So that's it for now. You can have call on somebody else.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving down the line, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Okay, I'm gonna go down the line here. Are we missing any connections? My question to the presenters, or did you consider LOS? I know you have the MT, but what happened to line of sight?
As part of the detailed transportation analysis of the plan, we will be looking not only at VMT, but we will be looking at level of service and also where there's potential sightline restrictions, safety, access, and circulation mobility questions will be addressed through the detailed transportation analysis. And that comes out through the environmental review of the plan itself.
So it's coming.
Yes, it is coming.
So it's not missing.
No.
Okay. Do you support the complete streets approach? Yes. You support the proposed, and yes, I like this one, reducing the VMT. The VMT part approach is good. If you marry that with the LOS and the BMT, when you do your transportation analysis further, I think that would be a winner. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, no, understood. And what you'll see is a sequent environmental document, which has the VMT, access, circulation, and then a transportation operations report or chapter that'll have the LOS. And it'll also provide the linkages between all of these concepts and how does TDM help reduce VMT and how does that relate to level of service and other concepts. So we'll look at together.
Yes, so that's coming up to the council soon, sometime.
Sometime, hopefully
Sometime.
soon.
Okay, number 2, does this policies address? It looks like it does, so I'm okay with it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. And thank you so much, staff, for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. I have now joined the bicycle community in Milpitas, and I am riding my bike. So this actually came perfectly. I will put you on alert. I really like that second map where it envisions the trails that have no ending. I actually experienced one myself, and it's not fun. So with that, I do just ask that maybe in the missing the connections, maybe I'll give more feedback because I do want to try to ride the trails on the first map just to get a visual. But one of the things that I feel as we're looking also at signage is how are we implementing, I did hear safety, which is great, but maybe implemented implementing a crime prevention through environmental design approach as we're going through the design phase to ensure that it's all of, it's the trails are safe and that the connections are safe to those who are using it. At the same time, also thinking and strategizing, how are we going to implement maybe the signage or use technology to enhance the usage of the trails and the connections to the approach that you guys have developed for the Milpitas Metro Plan. I think that's really important. As a first-time bicycle user, I will say that I honestly, I didn't know where to begin. I just knew I had to get to the destination and use a bike. So just maybe thinking from that lens perspective of first-time users, they may not know how to use it. So just taking those that feedback into the implementation, I would greatly appreciate it. One of the things that I didn't see here, and it just got me thinking, and I'm sure that it'll be part of the Metro overall policy plan, but maybe as we're developing the transportation, just putting a slide of, I know that some of our community members, including some of us, if not all of us, are just concerned about the emissions and climate change. And so then maybe somehow putting a slide or two at some point on how this is going to help drive down the emissions in the city of Milpitas and help us with our climate change concerns, that I'm sure this will help, but I think just putting it in a slide, I would appreciate that. So I do support with that feedback, A, B, and C. And two, I do believe that it does address some of the impacts. I was really impressed with some of I call them gift backs, but it's what are you going to give up, or what am I going to get in return, which you guys did put in the presentation. I think that's really important for people who live in this area to really have, that mindset of this is what I'm going to get if I live close to this area. So I really appreciate that information being part of the presentation. I think it's going to be very helpful for those who are watching at home. And again, thank you all for the time that you have placed, and I look forward to seeing the next phase of this plan. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Next up, we have Council Member Van.
Great, thank you. So if I'm not mistaken, autonomous vehicles still use roads, right? And they're the same kind of roads that
that's correct,
normal cars use?
Currently, yes.
And technically, Teslas are autonomous vehicles and they already exist on the road today?
Some of them
So,
are autonomous, yes.
Sure. But, like future autonomous vehicles, we can expect to still use the same kind of roads that traditional cars use.
Perhaps there's going to be a scale. Right now, the way Teslas and other autonomous vehicles work, they have to mix with other vehicles and they have to respond and interact with other vehicles. As the deployment of autonomous vehicles becomes more mainstream, it might be a situation where you'll see dedicated lanes for autonomous vehicles, or other types of infrastructure will have to adapt depending on the what percent of autonomous vehicles are using a particular facility. So probably at a highway level first before it comes down to a local level. But it's a phased approach before the roadway system would actually change to adapt solely for autonomous vehicles.
That said, should that be the case, would we expect to do retrofitting to accommodate for that, or would we have to, completely redevelop the space to allow for autonomous?
Let me address it this way. from my understanding of the way autonomous vehicles will be deployed and other types of infrastructure, and this question came up earlier about how do we deal with shuttles and Uber and Lyft, what we call TNCs, because more acronyms, of course, Transportation Network Community. Well, our goal in the Milpitas Metro Plan is essentially to do no harm, to not do anything that would preclude the ability to retrofit and adapt to future technology. This is about what we call curbside management, and how do we manage the curb and that space, which is valuable, and also how do we allocate lane space. And as autonomous vehicles become more prevalent, it's not like they're going to be in addition to what we have now. They're going to replace a lot of the fleet that's there now, and also change trip behavior. Nothing we're planning for in Milpitas Metro will prevent that from being accommodated and to have the roads be retrofitted. The answer to your question is it may be possible or necessary in the future to retrofit or reassign lanes or markings or create different kinds of infrastructure, but nothing we're doing will preclude that from happening or prevent it. So we're not going to hinder that in any way.
Wonderful. And because a lot of the advancements are speculative, would you say that it's safe to assume that we will still be using roads in the foreseeable future?
Yeah, I was watching Back to the Future the other day, you know, where he says, where we're going, we don't need roads. We're not there yet, and we're not close to that yet. And we're going to be using the same kind of infrastructure, roadway, vehicular infrastructure, for quite some time. The next wave of change in vehicle adaptation is going to be a higher influx of electric vehicles and the need to have changes in the grid and provision of electric supply for the electric vehicles. The autonomous vehicle wave is going to take longer to implement in terms of fully autonomous vehicles than the way you're describing it. It could be a decade or probably a lot more in the future before we're really going to see the effects of that. It's not imminent.
Okay, so we don't need to prioritize a special place for them to go to, right?
Not yet. No.
Okay. All right. I was just curious. So I think when we talk about the VMTs, the vehicle miles traveled, you have to separate it from a productivity standpoint versus an environmental standpoint. So from an environmental standpoint, it totally makes sense to reduce the VMTs and the emissions that go along with it. But from a productivity standpoint, I worry that reducing VMTs is a big misconception because when I'm unsure if it's realistic. If you make it so that people use their vehicles less, and therefore traveling less miles, they'll still end up making up that difference another way. So for example, if you're incentivizing folks to not use their cars, they end up trading that and utilizing Uber and Lyft. And I think it's foolish to think that people currently use public transit more often than Uber and Lyft. Uber and Lyft is just more convenient to get from one place to the next. In terms of if the main factor for you is just convenience and cost savings isn't the huge factor for you, for commuters getting to work, there's not that much incentive. And so I think one of the things that we have to factor in is, instead of vehicle miles traveled, it's more so time spent parking. So when you're using DoorDash or Grubhub, when you're trading off that VMT for convenience, you make up for it with less time spent actually parking at a location, because somebody just comes and drops off something and then they go, rather than you actually going there and using up the VMTs. The time that people spend on parking, paying for parking, all that, it's so small, but it can add up, and it can have an effect on things like congestion. So when we talk about, for example, the parking passes, paying for parking, I think we should give attention to how do we make that process as convenient as possible for everybody. And I think that one of the things that you guys probably already touched on this, but one of the things that we can do is really integrate all of that technology, the way that you pay for parking, the way that you pay for the shuttles, the way that you get on BART or VTA. It's all integrated with one system, with one card or an app. I know that there's a bill in the legislature to do something like that with the Clipper card, but I think that system is fairly North Bay based. So I want to make sure that whatever it is that we're doing, that it's compatible with whatever BART and the Clipper system is striving to do. Because that seamless technology, seamless transportation part, I think, that's the key here. And that would actually incentivize people to, travel less with their cars. You have to have that convenience factor there. And lastly, when it comes to mixed use, I think we toss that term around too often, because anything can really be mixed use. You subdivide a small section off and throw in a coffee shop. Now it's mixed use technically, but you have an opportunity to really do something great with mixed use. And a lot of the time applicants shy away from that unless it's all laid out in front of them. And it's hard to visualize, because I think the Bay Area is kind of looks the same everywhere. And I think maybe that's just how urban planning has been. So we're depending on you guys as innovators to change that. But are we still getting a rooftop bar? Does anybody know? Ned?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Fan. The first bill at Lot 1, not Elion, not Gideon, name's escaping me. Lot 1, they have a beer garden as part of their rooftop deck.
Awesome. So, things like that, and it's not particular to a bar per se, but I've seen in other countries where they'll have like rooftop parks. So now, the requirements are more flexible because obviously we have open space requirements, park fees, and whatnot. But with this area, I think we have an opportunity to really be creative and versatile and really redefine what it means to be a mixed use project with our long range planning. So I challenge everybody to get creative when we talk about mixed use and not just limiting it to combining A plus B and now mixed use, ta-da, So, but overall, this is awesome. I'm very happy with the rate that we're moving at. I'm so excited to see this plan come into fruition. So thank you.
Councilmember Fan, the building I was trying to speak of is the touring building. It's the location of Trader Joe's. That building, and I think 4 or 5 others in that area, all of the large buildings all have very nice rooftop amenity decks that are what you're speaking about. So it's kind of a type of privatized open space, but it's
almost normalized in other parts of America. When we went to Nashville, it was a very common thing to see, rooftop restaurants, rooftop bars, and maybe we don't have enough tall rooftops to grasp on this concept. But I really foresee it, as the future of design here.
Great. Thank you so much, everybody. And I want to check in on the time, 9:21 p.m. Okay, great. We want to go to our great team, Milpitas Metro planning team here. Is there any further information y'all need from us? That was a lot of feedback.
Yes, we really appreciate the feedback. So that was really helpful. We are going to really take that challenge on and really look at some of the comments that we got tonight. Next time, we're going to come back and talk to you more about open spaces, and they could be on the rooftop or they could be on the ground more traditionally. So we'll be coming back with more discussion about public realm in about a month, exactly on March 2nd. And we really thank you for your time tonight. It was a pleasure to have this conversation about transportation. And so thank you very much.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. And thank you to the City Council for being efficient with the time. And I want to suggest to our city manager, if we need to, up to your discretion, we can have a special meeting for this item. That way we can have a little bit more time, I would say. So thanks. I think that's it. We were, let's see where we're at. Yep. Okay. So we received a presentation, provided a feedback. Okay, great. Thank you, team. Our guest for being here and presenting tonight. I'm sure our residents watching at home are enjoying it. I know the last time you presented, I got a lot of feedback out in the community, social distance wise, and folks are excited. They're happy about it. There's people watching. Yeah, great. Okay, fantastic. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, moving on to item number 10. Let's receive a presentation on the draft city trail pedestrian and bicycle master plan, project number 3448. And let's go with our director of engineering here, Mr. Steve Erickson.
Mayor Tran, this is Steve Chan. I'll be presenting for Steve Erickson in engineering.
Welcome, Steve Chan. Yes, it's going down the chain of command. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So the Trail, Pedestrian, and Bicycle Master Plan offers a vision and action plan for the city to improve safety and convenience of cycling and walking in the city. Specifically, this plan focuses on the following: integrate trail, bikeway, and pedestrian network, improve access to city destination and beyond, connection to Milpitas BART, improve safety for all travel modes, increase access to recreation opportunities, and create a biking and walking network for all ages and abilities. Next slide, please. Relation to our current planning effort, this trail, pedestrian, bicycle master plan supports the objective of the current general plan update to reduce VMT and enhance the quality of life for the community. It advances climate action goals through increased travel option that does not create any emission. This master plan also complements the vision of the aforementioned Metro Plan vision, as well as the upcoming Midtown specific plan revision. Next slide, please. What have we done on the previous plan? Trail master plans was adopted in 1997, and the bikeway master plan was completed in 2009. Significant city growth and redevelopment has occurred during these times. The master plan update, we assess current and future needs and opportunity. Next slide, please. I'd like to highlight some of the key improvement completed from the prior plans before we move on to the new master plan. For trail improvement, we completed the Coyote Creek Trail from Dixon Landing Road to Montague Expressway, Penitentiary Creek from Great Mall Parkway to Montague Expressway, Berryessa Creek from Jacqueline Road to Yosemite Drive, Hetchetchee Trail from city northern border to Able Street. And for the bikeway improvement, we have currently 48 miles of shared use path, bike lanes, as well as bike routes. Additionally, we have begun implementing road diet, buffer bike lanes, and green bike lane throughout the city. And now, next slide, please. And now I'd like to introduce and hand off the presentation to our consultant, Alter Planning. Ms. Erin David will present the draft plan to City Council.
Thank you so much, Steve. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to share with you all of the great work that we've been digging into a lot over the last more than a year to help reshape the trail, pedestrian, and bicycle master plan. Next slide. I'd like to use tonight, and I'll try to be as efficient with my time as possible, but to help introduce to the planning process and what we have been doing, some of the challenges we faced because of COVID in particular, highlighting what our process was, what our engagement has been, but particularly highlighting where we are now that we are releasing the public draft plan for public comment, and then what's next and how we'll bring this forward for adoption later this year. Next slide. And so what is the Trail, Pedestrian, and Bicycle Master Plan? It's intended to be the city's action plan for helping create safer, more comfortable networks of bikeways, sidewalks, and shared use paths for all residents and visitors. And when we talk about those different infrastructure elements, we're really thinking about not only the linear paths, the segments that you travel along, but also the ways that they interact together, how those connections are made, and what types of users, all ages, all abilities, that focus of the network to bring forward. Next slide. And so in particular, what is new about this plan? First, it is an update to the previous plans. As Steve mentioned, the previous plans are from 2009 and 1997. So given the change that has happened in Milpitas and the region as a whole, it's a good time to take another look and help reshape what these networks look like. It's also the first time that the pedestrian network has been given specific consideration as part of a comprehensive active transportation system. We know that all of these networks work together and help complement and supplement each other, and so it's important to consider them as a whole. So this plan seeks to reflect the changing conditions in Milpitas, including growth in both population and employment, new development, the addition of BART, and opportunities for new regional connections as planning has occurred beyond Milpitas' city boundaries. With this, we've also assessed previously proposed trail alignments based on changing conditions and standards. A lot has changed since 1997 in terms of best practice, agency regulations and guidelines, and even just the physical environment. And so we've reassessed what has been proposed and have moved forward an alternate network. And then we've also explored shared mobility. So an initial dive into bike share and scooter share opportunities to help establish a foundation for further policy framework development as a pilot program can be explored. Next slide. And so as I mentioned, this plan has had impacts due to COVID-19. In particular, we were seeking public comment on our draft recommendations as the initial stay-at-home guidance was put in place. So during this time, our initial reaction was to provide additional comment period as we all adjusted to our virtual world. And so by that, we extended it by over a month and were able to more than double the comments that we received during that time. So while that was a delay, it gave more opportunity for the public to engage as we shifted to what has become our new normal. And with that, we're also taking into account expanded opportunities for new public input within this virtual environment for the public draft plan. So the public draft plan will be available using a web-based tool that folks can actually jump in and read the full plan, provide comments directly onto the plan, see what other comments have been shared. And so it does help, while it is again relying on a web-based tool, helps replicate some of that conversation and understanding where you see your neighbor and what they might have said. We'll also be launching in the next couple of weeks a virtual open house, which is essentially an interactive website that provides a really simplified plan overview to help bring people back up to speed, since it has been a while since we were in contact, and helps direct ways to give more efficient feedback on the plan. We'll be hosting a public meeting in March to give an opportunity to have more direct contact with the public, and city staff will also be presenting at commission meetings over the next 2 months to help promote plan activities and hopefully engage new audiences that we might not have otherwise reached. Next slide. And then next slide. So briefly, just what we've done as part of the planning process, we started with an existing conditions and needs analysis. We moved into a draft recommendations phase. We then created an internal city draft plan for review. This has gone through 2 revisions to help bring the plans together. Originally, they were in 2 separate documents, and now we're looking at more cohesively, which I think has really helped elevate the plan product. And now we're moving to the public draft plan phase. At key milestones throughout, we've offered opportunity for public input, and using the little comment bubble, I'll highlight on subsequent slides exactly what we asked and what we heard, signified by that icon. Next slide. So during our existing conditions and needs analysis, what we did was really start looking at existing infrastructure, identifying what data was available to help us understand the network, where those holes are, but also considering that people element. So what are the demographic patterns? How is the region growing? Employment, population? What is that distribution? What are travel patterns looking like? What do the safety statistics actually show us? Where are collisions occurring? And how does that help us understand what some of the challenges are? And then more holistically, how is the network connected, and at what comfort level? Are there barriers in the network? Who might be using this network? And so as we were doing this analysis, we also reached out to the public, and through an online input map, people were asked to share where it is they wish they could walk and bike or take transit to, and what are those locations that they wish they could or currently do? What are their current preferred routes or routes they would like to use? And then also, what are the barriers and challenges that people face as they walk and bike in Milpitas today? And so what we've learned through that was that there is an acknowledgement of limited connectivity. And I do want to acknowledge that I'm really glad that our presentation is paired with the Metro plan and the transportation portion of theirs, because a lot of what they've shared really echoes what we've found as well. And I think there's a really great overlap between those. And so we did find that there's limited connectivity in today's active transportation network. Many people did indicate that they experience major barriers to their travel. So whether that's things like rail lines or highway on and off ramps that make people feel unsafe, or it's trails that don't complete or reach to the next destination, or other items like that. We also know that there's a growing population, which, as our conversation we just heard demonstrated, that means increasing demand on our transportation system. And with that, there's also new travel opportunities. So thinking about how the increasing demand and potential increase in congestion, plus those new opportunities can work together to help offset some of that. And that was echoed in what we heard from the public, which was really a desire for improved safety, increasing opportunity for new travel options. So how can they really maximize what is available and not have to rely on their personal car? And then ultimately improving connections to destinations to further facilitate those trips. Next slide. So based on the existing conditions and needs analysis, as well as what we heard from the public, we then moved into draft recommendations. And through those, we really built on these guiding principles. So one was really focusing on a low stress and connected network. How can we help people of all ages and abilities get to where they want to go? Really trying to maximize the use of existing right-of-way and identifying those near-term opportunities. And this is twofold. First, as we know, improvements and gaining new right-of-way and reconfiguring roadways can be a very costly and time-consuming process. And so really looking at ways that we can maximize what's on the ground and then be able to refocus our efforts on those places where they might need more investment. But that also helps us see these near-term opportunities that can give the city really quick wins and can really help improve the lived experience of people walking and biking within the city in the more immediate future. We also wanted to consider a regional perspective. We did include review from city staff from San Jose and Fremont and considered their updates to their ongoing plans as well to help make sure that there's connections and continuity provided once we get to the city boundary. And then also looking for ways to enhance multimodal travel opportunities, particularly looking at increased connections to transit and BART, but also what are those different ways that our different mode options play together. Next slide. So just some examples of the types of recommendations that we were considering. We include both spot recommendations, which we can think of as those intersection or those crossing points. And then we can also think about our corridor or that experience of traveling through a roadway or along a roadway or trail. So for spot recommendations, things that we were considering include improving the crossing experience at intersections for pedestrians. So making sure that there are ADA compliant curb ramps in place, curb extensions to help shorten that crossing distance and really prioritize pedestrian safety and visibility at intersections. Or things like completing bike lane striping. This was a near-term recommendation that we identified that in many cases, particularly at major intersections where there are marked bike lanes, they drop prior to the intersection, which can create confusion for all roadway users, including people who are driving. And just marking the bike lane can help organize that space and increase predictability for all users. We also considered options for new mid-block crossings. So these are great to think about where maybe a trail intersects with the roadway network, but it's not directly at an intersection, or there's common destinations that have high pedestrian activity that, again, aren't at an intersection. And so these include different high visibility crossing markings, potentially a median refuge island if it's a larger street to help provide a dedicated safe space along that crossing distance, or different signalization opportunities. So ways to include RFBs or hybrid beacons as different ways to help increase safety at those crossings. Next slide. And then for our corridor recommendations, this is everything from shared use paths to sidewalks. And so when we think about our shared use paths, these are, again, building on the system of trails along the creek. So thinking of really paved facilities that both facilitate transportation, but can also provide for recreation. Then looking at different on-street bikeway recommendations. Buffered bikeways were a common feature throughout our recommended network. And the important point to identify here is that while there are a number of marked bike lanes within the city already, practice has continued to advance, and our understanding of what helps people feel safe on the roadway has also advanced. And so helping to provide for extra space or even a physical separation between bicyclists and motor vehicles, thinking about things like traffic speed and volumes can really help increase that feeling of comfort to get out and actually try to use your bike on the roadway. And then in those corridors where we know that there's either really high speeds or other challenges, looking at different opportunities for side paths, so essentially trails or really wide sidewalks along our roadways, and then also sidewalk opportunities to help enhance that pedestrian environment. As the previous presentation mentioned, there's actually a lot of really great sidewalks completed throughout the city. And so a lot of the focus, aside from filling gaps where they do exist, is thinking about ways that we can enhance that experience along key pedestrian corridors. Next slide. So after our draft recommendations, we did go back out to the public. Again, all recommendations were provided on a map with accompanying information. Folks could click on them, add new ones. But we really asked, what was missing and are these the right solutions? Are these solutions resonating with you? We received a lot of feedback that there were some pieces that were maybe missed or ways that we could enhance what was presented. And so from there, we refined our recommendations based on public feedback, established our recommended network, and then moved into prioritizing our recommendations, which helps develop our project lists and can guide implementation over time. So this is helping us understand where those different opportunities are in terms of if they're a top priority and whether or not they're feasible. Next slide. And so really building on that idea of what are those quick wins or what is really maximizing use of the right-of-way, we considered two perspectives of prioritization. One is looking at what is needed in the network. So building on all of that data we collected at the very beginning, looking at where there are safety concerns, where there's network gaps, where we can help improve connections to different destinations people noted, specifically schools, transit, parks, employment centers. And then also, building again, was it a project that was identified by the public or supported through that recommendations phase? That helps us understand what is the relative need for that project and how important is it. But then we also want to consider feasibility. And so things that would impact feasibility, we're assessing this at a very high level planning network level perspective, but thinking about what is the agency coordination that might be required. We know with different state and county roadways, there'll be additional agencies with even trail alignments along the creeks, there's coordination with Valley Water. So there's a lot of different pieces that might go into that. But then we also consider how complex is the roadway, and based on the information we have, do we think that there'll be right-of-way acquisition required? Will there be significant changes to this roadway that might extend the project timeline? And so the thing that I really want to highlight here is that we focused in, that it helps us identify what are those short-term improvements, things that are high need, really well identified and also assumed to be feasible, and then what are those that maybe are more opportunity projects. Those are the lower need projects that could be implemented in coordination with other projects as they come on board. And then our lower priority projects and our long-term improvements are those that shouldn't be taken off the table, but are those that will require some additional thought and some additional planning. Next slide. And so for the next 3 slides, I want to highlight some of our prioritized networks. So this is our linear bikeway improvements. Again, this doesn't represent those like point intersection locations, but it does reflect those linear improvements. So the dark blue color are the ones that we've identified as high need and high feasibility. We have some facility types associated with these, so we understand generally that, for instance, Milpitas Boulevard, we know is a constrained right-of-way, but are there opportunities to help provide greater separation? This came through as a clear need. Similar with Jacqueline, that there's opportunities to help continue what is shaping up to already be a really great bike facility, but helping continue that throughout and create those connections. We can also see that roadways like Great Mill Parkway, Calaveras, Dixon Landing, those are ones that have come to the top as being really high need, and we know there are challenges that need to be addressed, but they do require some additional consideration. They are really complex environments, multiple agencies, additional planning processes going on along those. And so those are identified as high need, but potentially lower feasibility with additional considerations. Next slide. And so for the pedestrian spot improvements, we approach the pedestrian network in a couple of ways. One is we do have areas that we've identified to help focus in improvements. They build on the previous specific area plans. But these in particular are intersections where there's opportunity, if it's in a more residential area, to help really define a crossing, help increase visibility, even just putting down a crosswalk marking. And then when we move into our more commercialized areas or our larger travel roadways, thinking about opportunities to add new mid-block crossings, or think about ways to really reconfigure and make those crossings safer. So those things like curb extensions or other signal opportunities to prioritize pedestrian travel. You'll also note a few lines on this map. And while we didn't have fully comprehensive sidewalk data to really identify every gap that exists, these are ones that really elevated to the top through all of our engagement, both with the public, other city departments, and other stakeholders through the process. So these have been identified as key gaps that can really help enhance that pedestrian experience and make those connections that we've prioritized. Next slide. And then the trail improvement map. And this is a good point to remind you that these maps do represent the proposed segments of our project, so they don't represent that full connection of the network, but they do build on and seek to enhance that connection. This map does look very different than the previously proposed trail network, and that is due to that reconsideration of what is feasible and what does that, what do the different constraints allow based on the development that's happened or the ways that our regulations have changed. We can see that these links do include a series of both creekside, or those sort of shared use paths, or also the side paths that might run along a roadway. So for instance, the connection for the Berryessa Creek Trail going across Calaveras. We know that's a major gap in the trail system right now, but to provide for that, there does need to be a series of on-street connections that can help support that, that effort. Next slide. And so through these improvements, we are improving at least 13 miles of proposed low-stress bikeways, more than 60 miles of bikeways proposed when implemented, an additional 5 miles of shared use trails, and then more than 50 locations of pedestrian crossing improvements. And we know that the universe of projects that could be identified within Milpitas might be much more than that. And there will be very specific locations that people know from their daily experiences that can be highlighted. And so this isn't intended to necessarily be the exhaustive list of everything that needs to be covered in the city, but these are those that came through analysis and public comment to really elevate to the top of projects that should be considered for prioritization. Next slide. And so with that, we do want to think about implementation. And I will note these costs that are provided here are, we're providing sort of a high end level cost just to give some understanding of what might be required with that potential. And that as part of our final plan, we will be coming back with planning level costs for the projects that are included. But sidewalks can quickly become expensive. Buffered bike lanes, we can see, can be, about $425,000 per mile of buffered bike lane. But then when we start getting into that acquisition of right of way or the construction of those new trails, and depending on all of the different elements that go into them, those can also become quickly expensive. So really seeking to maximize the existing right of way while still providing for the greatest separation can really help identify some near-term wins, and in particular can maximize or can provide strategies for integrating with, for instance, the street resurfacing plans or different CIP strategies. So really looking for those opportunities to leverage and layer projects together. Another piece to this will just be an acknowledgement that the way that we propose a trail segment, for instance, might be different in how it's ultimately implemented for a variety of reasons. And so we could see a full corridor level cost estimate coming into something that is very significant, but it might be something that's better broken down into segments. And those are the pieces that will be identified better as projects are further developed and designed. Next slide. Great. And so then I also want to mention that again, that we conducted a micromobility assessment where we looked at different considerations for implementing mobility or shared mobility options within Milpitas, building on best practices and what other cities in both the region and across the US are doing. We've recommended a pilot program, and the next steps for that will be to help formalize shared mobility policy as the city continues to explore this opportunity. Next slide. And so our preliminary analysis started to look at opportunities for different pilot areas that might be considered. The darker color does represent the proposed bike share pilot area, acknowledging that there's potential opportunity with BART and the development occurring around that area to really maximize the different space and density that will be included there. And then expansion and implementation should be noted that as that expansion can occur, we're not recommending that it would occur all at one time, but does closely follow demand, but also infrastructure capacity and assessments of safety from staff. Next slide. Great. And so I just want to highlight a couple of pieces from our stakeholder engagement before I close out my presentation. Next slide. So in our initial stages of public engagement, we were able to receive more than 2,000 points of feedback through our various methods. This included online input that I've described, different maps, different points of providing feedback through those projects and initial data collection. We did host public workshops when it was appropriate to do so pre-COVID, and this included just getting some of that initial feedback from folks, but also talking through preferred facility types and what types of, what preference people had for different types of facilities. And then back at the very start of the project, we did also attend several pop-up events. So looking at existing events that were going on in the city and essentially hosting a table at them to help get people talking about the plan, understanding, and starting to give that initial feedback. Next slide. And as I mentioned during our recommendations phase, we did keep the map open for longer, and through that we then alerted people through this through different methods than we had been using previously. And so those are highlighted here: Nextdoor, Facebook, Twitter, and the Milpitas post. So really looked for ways to get the word out quickly and places people might be seeing, but it's really helping us then understand and rethink the ways that we'll be moving forward, like I said, with our virtual open house and the different commenting tools and the public meeting that we'll be hosting in March. Next slide. Next slide. And so where are we now? As of today, we're ready to launch the public draft plan for public comment. I'm very excited about this. We'll be launching that virtual open house within the next week or two, and then we'll be also hosting the public meeting in March. And we will be having the comment period through April 25th to help accommodate the presentations for the different commission meetings so that we can help promote the plan and reach a very broad audience. And so with that, our hope is to close comments at the end of April, make revisions, and then come back and present to you in early June for your consideration for adoption. And that concludes my presentation. And so I'd love to hear if you have any questions for me.
Yeah, I have a question. This is Vice Mayor Montano. I do like your presentation, and you guys did an excellent job.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry. My microphone was muted. I was at public comment here.
Oh, okay.
Comment.
Right.
My microphone was completely muted, and so I was saying a whole bunch of things. I don't know if anybody saw me move I moved my list, but I don't know. I was like, wait, I don't know if anybody hears me right now. But I'm sorry. That's 100% on me. Okay, I just want to get public comment out the way. Here we go. Urvish Kumar Mehta.
So with regards to the expansion plan, I think there is a much more than the micro mobility. There is a much more than the expansion, the compensable things that Milpitas Metro Plan could do. There are ways that the Milpitas Metro Plan could be improved. More industrial zone requirements could be set. More land acquisition. More traffic zoning. More air flight zoning. More security can be implemented, and as well as it is also to ensure that the public safety becomes a priority under all the circumstances. Still, in every circumstances, monitoring system should become more advanced in terms of the Milpitas Metro Plan. Thank you.
Okay, great. We're talking about the City Trail Pedestrian and Bicycle Master Plan, just for folks to be reminded here. Your public comment continues. Walter Montemare.
I hope you could hear me now. This is Voltaire Montemare. Yeah, thanks for the project. I've had too many bikes through my life already, from being young up to now, and it's for advantage. It's gas savings, enjoyment, and health, and it's good for the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public comment continues for item number 10. Item number 10. Okay, I don't see anybody else with the public comment. We're bringing it back to the council. Vice Mayor Montano, please.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to give a big shout out. You guys did a fantastic job. I love the mopeds. I don't know what they're called, but I think they call them whatever they're called, but they're still mopeds in my eyes. But I love that we're going to be making sure that they get a permit, I guess. I mean, I don't know what the process is, but at least we'll be getting some revenue for them to bring those mopeds to our city. And I like the sites that you have designated where they can be taken advantage of. I do like the green bike safety zones. That is really important because a lot of drivers have a hard time seeing, where exactly the bike lanes are. So that's great. And one more, the Hetch Hetchy Trail connecting to other cities. One in particular is the one, the Hetch Hetchy Trail, the Peckle Park. The city boundary is right there on, I think it's by Manford Street. I'd like to see that connection to Fremont. I think you'll get a lot of utilization there. People coming to, back and forth on their bikes or walking. I know we have to talk to the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission or maybe BOSQA and see if we can get that going. That would be great. So love your presentation. Great.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Let me go to panelists. Next up, we have Councilman Fan.
Yeah, I agree. I think the presentation was awesome. One of the things that has been on my mind, particularly as of late, is to how do we prevent unforeseen traffic incidents. We can try to do as much as we can in terms of making the bike lanes itself safer, I guess. And we can, make it a different color. But I think that we should really go the extra mile, because signage alone, lighting alone, I'm afraid isn't enough for people who are driving that might not necessarily be in the same condition as a normal driver. That's something that is difficult to control. But, if there are strategies that you've seen in other cities to mitigate incidents that aren't, after the fact, like we can put signage up, we can put cameras up and speed detectors and all of that, but that's sort of all like we sort of utilize that after the fact to, for the purposes of accountability and whatnot. But in terms of preventative measures, is there more that we can be doing? Can we, utilize, I don't know, integrate some more LEDs or something, or a speaker? I don't know if that's best practice. For me, I always pay extra attention whenever, I'm about to cross, or whenever as I get out, before I, hit the pedal, when there's a speaker with a dude saying, stop, I don't know if that's something that might be helpful. But it appears that some people really need that extra reminder to look out for pedestrians. Like pedestrians and cyclists, I already know that they are taking extra precautions as pedestrians, as cyclists, trying to avoid these vehicles. But the people on the other end, how do we make them more responsible?
That's a really great question, and a piece that my presentation didn't highlight on for time's sake, but is included in the plan, is there's a series of program and policy recommendations that coincide with the infrastructure. And so we know that infrastructure is just one piece of the puzzle, and the more separation we can provide, the better, but we know that's not always feasible in every corridor. And so there are complementary measures that do help support that through education, encouragement, enforcement, the different E's of transportation planning that can help really help set the stage. And so I think, there's those, I get what you're saying about, things feel sort of reactive. And so when we start thinking about education and encouragement and increasing that knowledge and awareness from the get-go, that is something that helps start not being so reactionary and being more preventative. And so it is a full coordination of those various efforts, and things like even safe routes to school programs that can help identify specific corridors and really elevate infrastructure in those pieces, or different infrastructure elements like the curb extensions that can help shorten that distance, increase visibility, and really help traffic calm in that way too, at those key points are good considerations. So it isn't just an infrastructure can make everything better scenario. We want to make it as good as we can, but we have to have those complementary pieces too.
Fantastic. Okay, great. Next up, we're going to Councilmember Dominguez. And I'm gonna ask the Vice Mayor to lower her virtual raised hand to help me out, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you so much, staff, for that great presentation. I also thank staff for putting both presentations on the same day. I think that was great because it really just mirrored one another. And so, again, I'm just going to go back on my experience as a first-time biker, because I honestly, I've never really have had to use my bike. And so I've had to use it this week. And one of the things that I definitely agree with and I loved in the presentation is the barrier separation between cars. And in my experience, yes, the green pavement line helped, but I felt so much safer when there was either the little bumps, even if they were little, and it didn't really block anything, but it just made me feel like, if going back to what Councilmember Fan said, that if there was a driver on their phone or something, they would hit the little bump to alert them, hey, you need to get back in your lane, before actually hitting me. And so that was one of the things. Another thing that I did feel a little unsafe on were some of the blind spots that some of our trails have, and not being able to see the corner. That was something that I was very mindful of as I was moving through some of the paths, especially those that go under like Calaveras for me in my neighborhood, which is like the Abbott area. I had to go under it, and the blind spots to make those turns. I honestly got off my bike and got it, because I was afraid, like, if somebody popped up, or if there was something on the other side that I couldn't see, that I wasn't going to be able to pedal fast enough. And that was my thinking as a first-time trail user, right? The other thing I think that's really important is, yes, the educational component. So one of the questions that I'm sure I'm having as I'm hearing you present is, as we are reviewing some of the stats and some of the pedestrian incidents that we have had in our city, going back to, I think Councilmember Fan made a great point where we just have these intersections that you could put as much signage, you could do the educational piece, but at the end of the day, it's really the enforcement component, right? So it's that extra policy layer of protection that we need to add for our cyclists. One of the things that I know I've seen in other cities, and I know that many folks are not fond of, all the roundabouts. And so I'm just wondering if we have looked to see if literally physical structures in some of these intersections that may have had some of these more incidents, if that's something that we could implement for the traffic mitigation, but also I think it would help with the bicyclist safety component. And I'm not too sure that's something that we could look into, but I know the city of Palo Alto has the roundabouts. I know San Mateo does as well. I know people don't like them because it takes extra time, but that's kind of the point, right? Is to build more time to allow the cyclists to move through flow of traffic. My final thought is also just, and again, I'm still learning a lot. Erin, thank you so much. You definitely presented a great presentation. One of the things that I found myself, again, as a just first time cyclist, is when I was doing the right turn lane, I was really afraid of cars turning right. And so what I found myself doing was getting the bike and moving onto the sidewalk versus staying in that bicycle lane. And the reason was because sometimes the cars they weren't turning, they just turned. They weren't like stopping, or they did like that small stop. But I felt that if my bike and if I was on the sidewalk, I was going to be a lot safer than if I was waiting for the light to turn while I was in the bicycle lane. Again, I don't know if that was like just psychologically, if I was like, what was I thinking? I'm not too sure. But going back to what made me feel safe, I caught myself doing that a lot. So I don't know if there's infrastructure that could accommodate that, but definitely those are some of my thoughts as I was hearing your presentation. But thank you so much for all the time that you have invested. And I'm actually more encouraged to use the bike. So I may be sending you an email for more tips and tricks. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's go, Councilmember Chua. Microphone, please. Microphone, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Thank you for the presentation, Erin. I just have for the future, I just have one request, maybe two. One is, can you, on your next presentation, can you include criteria for your selection, for the selection of the pilot site? And also why you're selecting that particular site, or make a list of potential pilot sites in Milpitas. And and I'm curious about what the other cities, how were they able to select a pilot site as well, because that's really the key. Because we can put all the components that were discussed by the fellow council members on that pilot site. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll wrap it up here. Erin, if you could bring back the presentation and bring it to the slide with the bike improvement map.
There we go.
Oh.
One down.
Yeah.
Or next slide should be it. There we go.
Okay, great. Thank you. I really like this. I can, I just think about when I was a child here in town, I used to ride my bike to all the neighborhoods, and that's how I know all the neighborhoods today. And just want to make sure that we have good coverage here. Just two things on the map. On North Park Victoria Drive, kind of on the right, on the east of 680, going north into Fremont. I don't see a line going up North Park Victoria. I think that'd be a good area to add to this map. You already have Park Victoria there, right to the east of 680. But if we can, I think it would be great for the city if we can take North Park Victoria all the way up to Fremont there, Scotts Creek. That's one. And then two, I'm really looking at the California Circle area, south of Dixon Landing and east of 880. And I know it doesn't connect to Abbott. However, there's a waterway there. I forgot the name of the creek, but I know pedestrian wise, you have it on your pedestrian map where it can connect. That's a really interesting corner of Milpitas. And if we can include the line there, consistent with the pedestrian map, so that bikers can, or we can even take a look at that as being a bicycle, a bikeway improvement area. This huge connectivity there if we're talking about connectivity with the bicycles. So you can follow up with our Mr. Chan, he'll tell you, or I'm here as well, but that's what I want to look at going forward on the map. And then, this is great. I remember when we were working on the green bike lanes during a CIP meeting. I want to thank Vice Mayor Montano for supporting me on that one on that day. Didn't have enough support during that meeting for the green bike lanes, but we were able to get the green bike lanes in, and our residents do love that. A lot of the concepts in this presentation also remind me of the traffic calming plan that I presented to the City Council really quite some time ago. We were able to fund, I think, around $500,000 for traffic calming projects in a budget with our former city manager, actually. So I want to ask our current city manager, Steve, and you can exit the presentation mode now for me. I appreciate that. I want to ask the city manager here if you can please email me an update about those projects for our pedestrians. And so, are you there, Steve?
Yes, Mayor. So I
okay, sorry, I don't see all the squares. Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
so I think,
we're here. I guess because the presentation's up, but yeah, we're all here.
Yeah, there you are. Then I see everybody. But yeah, if I can get an update on those projects that we've worked on, I'm really excited about that. I think it's time for a check-in with that. So, other than that, Aaron, I think you're doing an awesome job. We really need this plan, and I think you really covered it all, and you kind of brought in your framework and your expertise, and you put it on to Milpitas, and you really picked up all the, really the bikeways and trails and things, and so.
So Mayor, I like your suggestions. Can I add one more? McCarthy Ranch going to Fremont, the back road.
Yeah. I think that's on there. But I'm gonna go to virtual raised hands now. I'm done talking. Next up here is Evelyn, Councilmember Chua.
I'm gonna lower my hand. Okay.
Thank you, Vice. Okay. Chua. Oh, that was okay. So your hand was just up. You forgot.
Yeah,
okay.
I forgot to lower it earlier.
Okay, great. All right. Well, we already took public comment for this, and I'd like to keep tonight moving here efficiently with our meeting. I think we've received the presentation. I want to thank Aaron. Really a fantastic job. I've been riding my bike here so long, and I just see the lines you have on the map along with your expertise on this plan. So I think you really you really got it. You really captured all the great trails and walkways and bikeways. So we'll see you next time, huh?
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, great, thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna keep it going here. Item number 11, let's discuss regarding desired service levels to inform fiscal year 21-22 budget position of additional work plan items. And we will go to our deputy city manager.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. Walter Rossman, can I have the PowerPoint slide, please? So this is a follow-up from our study session from last week. Next slide, please. And we'll focus on, next slide, please. Thank you. Just a quick background about annual versus structural deficits. I would like to just explain it a little bit more Two council members asked a question. Vice Mayor Montano was concerned that the public really understands that the difference between an annual and a structural deficit. So I'll spend about 3-4 slides on this. And then we're going to jump right into service level change considerations, where we left off the last time, at work plan items review, which Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager, will take over at that time. Next slide, please. Next slide. So here's the annual deficit for next fiscal year, 7.45 million, 4 times 412 and 2.53. An annual deficit is the difference of insufficient revenues to cover expenditures. So basically, we don't have enough revenues to pay for the expenditures which we anticipate to have. Solutions for the annual deficit are grants, they're one time, Federal CARES Act, repayment of loans, use of reserves. One-time expenditure reduction could be deferring of projects for capital projects, funding of positions for 1 year, or July 4th event cancellation, which we had the last calendar year. Next slide, please. Now, in contrast to this, we have structural deficit. That means that's the ongoing component of annual deficits until an annual budget is balanced or expected to generate a surplus. So you'll see this here. What I did here in the first row, I show you again the annual deficit for the 3 fiscal years. The structural component for the next 2 fiscal years is about $4 million, and it drops down to 2.53. So basically, if we solve the ongoing structural component of $4 million, we'll generate this a budget surplus in 2 years. So that's the goal which the council has as part of the COVID response strategies. What are solutions to structural deficits? Well, ongoing sources like Measure F and new municipal fees, and we have already approved Measure F. Ongoing expenditure reductions, which means permanent wage concessions, defunding of positions for more than 1 year, and permanent non-personal expenditure reductions. So I want to now move from a table perspective to a graph, which I hopefully will help the public to understand the issue. Next slide, please. Here I'm showing you the structural, the ongoing component, and the one-time component of our deficits. So if you solve $4 million, you will see the next 2 fiscal years are basically, if you reduce ongoing expenditures by $4 million, the next 2 fiscal years are, in essence, the deficits are resolved. So let's do that. Let's take out $4 million of ongoing expenditures. Next slide, please. And now you see this actually graphically. So by reduction by $4 million, we still have next year a one-time or annual deficit of about 3.45 million, but then you see the surpluses in the out years. So that's just a quick presentation on this. If there are any questions, we're happy to entertain them. Otherwise, we can go on to the next section. And Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager, is going to take over.
Thank you, Walter. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. So as you just heard from Deputy City Manager Rossman, we are working to solve the $4 million structural budget deficit with ongoing reductions and about $3.5 million with ongoing or one-time solutions. And as you all know, there are many variables that will factor into the budget process, including any changes to currently anticipated revenue projections, as well as potential employee concessions. So we'll continue to work on the numbers. We'll be coming to you with specific recommendations on February 16th for the mid-year budget for this fiscal year. And we'll also be discussing through several meetings, CIP, master fee schedule, operating budget study session over the next few months prior to developing the budget. So today's discussion with council is really not about specific numbers or positions, but rather about service levels and programs. Last week, we had covered some of the ideas regarding potential changes to service levels and programs in each CSA, but didn't really have an opportunity to hear from you. So your feedback today will provide us with valuable insight as we work to develop basically a balanced budget for the next fiscal year that will best meet your expectations as the council while minimizing impacts to the community as well as to the organization. So before we review the slides, this slide kind of has some questions for your consideration. We're hoping that'll help guide the discussion. We'll come back to these questions after we look at the service slides, but at this point, I just wanted to have those out there for you to look at so that, you know, as I'm discussing some of the ideas, you can think about it. And basically what we're looking for is based on kind of, the considerations that we'll be sharing with you. Do you have any feedback for us in general? And then specifically questions 2 and 3. For question 2, as we look at reducing some community-facing programs, such as community events, classes, or services like a passport service. And this is based on really anticipated service demand, community interest, duplication of services, et cetera. Is there anything specific you'd like us to consider? And after as we evaluate delaying the planned rollout of any new programs or services, is there anything specific you'd like us to consider? So next slide, please. So I'll go through these slides quickly as you've already seen them. So this is for public safety CSA. Here are some of the ideas we're exploring, looking at temporarily reducing staffing in fire prevention, as well as dealing the deployment of the ambulance, which is a service that, as you know, is not yet available to the community. Also looking at temporarily reducing staffing in police with minimal operational impact. So obviously that's a big consideration for the community. And then also potentially looking at an add of about 300,000 to procure a mobile command unit that also works as a backup dispatch center vehicle. And we've already identified most of the funding for that. Next slide, please. So in this CSA, Community Services and Sustainable Infrastructure, we're looking at reducing contract classes, some sports and senior programs to align with anticipated lower demand. We're also looking to discontinue some community events, again, based on community interest and attendance. As just a one-time savings, we're looking at canceling 4th of July in 2021, because we don't anticipate we're going to be able to do huge gatherings anyway due to COVID. For the library funding, we're looking at continuing to fund at the current amount, which may result in reduced hours because the county is indicating that they may have decreased funding levels. Looking at temporarily reducing staffing capacity in recreation services and facilities and infrastructure maintenance. And again, for all of these, we'll be looking at the impacts on services internally and to the community. And then the last item here is something we added since last week, and it's looking at right now over 40% of the city trees are located on private property. The city does pay for maintaining them. So looking at exploring maybe some alternate maintenance and funding options for those city trees on private property. Next slide, please. In the community development CSA, looking at potentially reducing staff capacity in land development and planning, again, based on anticipated demand and workload, reducing some temp staffing in planning, eliminating an entry-level program that we have in building safety and housing. And then a potential add could be to consider establishing, so some money towards establishing a business improvement district in the Main Street area. And then next slide, please. For leadership and support services, obviously these departments support all the other CSAs, so reducing resources will have an impact on other city services, some potential areas for change. We're thinking of reducing staff capacity in finance and city manager's office temp staffing, as well as reducing some administrative staff capacity in city manager and city clerk's office. And that will be related to reduction in some services and programs. For example, I talked about the passport services one, suspending that for a while. We're also considering temporarily reducing staff capacity in HR, IT, and finance. Next slide, please. And then we did have this slide included in our presentation. Again, it's just based on past council feedback and maybe the desire to look at the council budget. Again, we've just included the budget here in case you'd like to discuss and provide direction. And so, Mayor, the next section is about the other work plan items. So let me know if you'd like to stop here and go to the questions, or you want us to keep going. We can go to the next slide.
Yeah, let's follow all the way through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back to these questions then, Mayor, and let's keep going. Next slide. And so this next section is about the additional work plan items. Again, you saw this, so I won't repeat most of this. These are all the requests that you have the spreadsheet in your packet. And basically we categorize into 4 groups. We're looking really for direction on group 1 items. Next slide, please. And so again, I'd walked you through the process. We're hoping to get some direction from you on the group 1 items. And then depending on which items you'd like additional information back on, we'll work on sort of cost estimates and resource needs, bring it back to you in March for a prioritization, and then incorporate that into our budget process. Next slide, please. And so these are the 19 items in group 1, some of which there has been some past direction on, but just wanted to make sure if council wanted to keep it that way or sort of revisit. Next slide, please. And you can cycle through these quickly. These are just broken down by CSA. So keep going, please. And then we had a few questions for you. Yeah, next slide. So these were questions, Mayor, to guide the council discussion on the group 1 items. And next slide. It should be kind of just wrapping up the next steps. You can see kind of the budget process as it's going, as we're going to engage with you over the next few months. So with that, Mayor, that completes our presentation. And so if you want, we could go back to the questions for the first section.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, so let's go back to the previous section on the budget considerations. Yeah, let's keep going back. I'll tell you when to stop. Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I learned while doing this job that it's important to have all the information in front of you before making this decision. So I appreciate you presenting the whole presentation and then allowing us to review or receive or to even take action on things. So I'll go first here. We'll go down the line. I work very closely with the vice mayor on pretty much everything. One person I can collaborate with through the Brown Act, or else I would be talking to everybody. But no, I got the vice mayor, so I want to say I've been having some short conversations, or soon we're going to go out to lunch with the vice mayor and I, and probably have some local cuisine here and talk about the budget. But what I can say is it's going to be hard to balance this budget no matter what, no matter which way we look at it. And I'm not going to get too much into it. It's really general talk here, and the details will come in on another day. But it's going to be hard any way we try to balance the budget. So my expectation is really there. There's going to be hard decisions, and I think the service level is going to be key. That's a measure we can all use as a council to determine the value of certain programs or personnel. If I may say, see, it's already getting hard. I'd like to see in really all areas of the service level. I mean, that's an easy metric. It's like the passport desk. If there's no customers, unfortunately, there's just no travel, no customers, no passports. And so I'd like to see that performance metric, the service level across all areas that we should be, except for public safety. I continue to stand with maintaining our public safety at the levels pre-COVID. That's going to be very key. And so that's the answer to number one. Number two here, yeah, I'd like to see the service levels for programs. Just due to COVID, some programs are no longer held. Some programs are taken virtual, but I do want to see some metrics there. It's really not going to be hard to look at performance metrics. And that's what I spent a lot of time with when I was in New York City. And I continue to use that measure here in the city of Milpitas over the years. And I'm going to use it this year again. Number 3 here. Yeah, I think soon we're going to go over a list of rollouts or proposals or programs. So if I'm reading that correctly, we will evaluate delaying possibly those items that we'll get to. So that's it for this slide. I'm going to go down the line here, and then we'll get to the end of the presentation as well. Vice Mayor Montano. Okay, it looks like she may have maybe excused.
Sorry about that. I was over there talking away. No, I just wanted to say thank you, Ashwini, for the presentation. Yeah, we do have some tough decisions to make, and my whole stance is always the boots on. I want to preserve the boots on the ground because they're the ones that provide the services to the city, to the residents. So I want to preserve that, and because, like I said, it's not indirect service; it's direct service. I also feel that we're a little bit too top heavy on the top, and maybe we need to go there first. So those are my recommendations. I also agree with the mayor that if you have no customers now, especially with COVID, the passport project that we have or operation, I think we can do without that. Another one where it involves customers is the Parks and Recs department. That look into that to see where if they're like the mayor said, no customers, then why provide those services? And you did mention that you were going to cut some of those programs. Let me see what else. Yeah, so look at the departments and the management and the department heads and see if there's anything that, any areas that is not so essential, non-essential. And also what areas can we promote to bring in revenue? Because that's the whole problem is we don't have the revenue coming in as much as we were before. So those are just my comments for now. And if you can go on to someone else. Thank you.
Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Thank you, Ashwini, for the presentation. Since we are reducing, since there is a plan, potential of reducing staff, it's just a normal thing to think that if you reduce the staff, there's gotta be some reduction in the supervisory or management roles because there are not gonna be enough staff to manage. So I would like for the deputy city manager and city manager to look into that, please. Also, on terms of policy, I looked at the adopted budget for 2020 and 2021, and I look at the policies under the fiscal policies, and under that is the revenue policies. And I would like to ask the CMOs to please look at adding a policy in terms of revenue generation on increasing local businesses doing business with our city. I think having that policy in there reminds us to focus on local businesses, because whatever revenue they generate is also a revenue for us. Also, you're asking for feedback. I would like to not only focus on cost reduction, but as well as revenue generation. In terms of safety, I know we're focused on the police and the fire, and I saw there's a potential for reduction for infrastructure maintenance, and I'm concerned about that because which is, I think, of public works, because there are things that public works do. They do that that include safety. I guess most of what they do is safety. Little things like signage, clear signs, street signs. If I think Mike, you want to show what I asked? I took this picture today. This was a picture a few months ago of Shenandoah Street. And that's a safety issue because at night, even during the day, you cannot see. Can you show the one before, Mike? That one? And I went there today and it's there now. The sign is clear. But what I'm saying is I'm concerned about the reduction of public works work because they are safety team. And actually, I would like to improve the turnaround or request from the residents of any public works requests. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Yeah, awesome. You did awesome. I really, not too often we get to see council members bring something different to the meeting. So that's great. And yeah, you got a good point. Okay, next up, Council Member Dominguez.
So much, Mayor. And first and foremost, I just want to express to each staff member, and as we move through some of these challenging steps and decisions, that as someone that works in public service, I don't feel that there is not one person that's not essential. And that is a term that I don't like to use personally because I don't like it to be used towards me when I'm in my day job. I think all of us are essential. And that's what makes some of these decisions so hard. So going back on what some of those questions, the first question has to do with, thank you. So some of these, it's again, for me, it's metrics. I know that all of you use metrics, and I want to, as one member, understand sometimes when we mean top heavy. I don't personally think we're top heavy. And as someone that works in public service, I definitely believe that, yes, we want to try to preserve those who are on the ground and doing the work. But I am also very concerned about the top executive team, because they're the ones who really run the city. And we can't, personally, I think that's a very fine line to dance to when we have to talk about positions. And so the way that I assess a program is through strategies and through metrics and through data. And through what is envisioning where do we want to be. COVID-19, we need to focus on rebuilding. COVID-19 will pass one day, and I also want to be ready for when it does pass. And so looking and evaluating some of the programs in our city, I definitely think if we are not using them because they're just unfortunately not being used at the moment because of COVID, such as the passport service, I definitely would support, unfortunately postponing or eliminating that that kind of program for now. I also want to be very careful with Parks and Rec. I know that some just look, we're pivoting, right? And so I appreciate how staff is pivoting. And so just making sure that we're not just looking at job descriptions. The data may not show what a staff member may be doing. So I want to be very cautious of that. So just because there's a 0, that doesn't mean that position isn't doing anything. So I just want to ask our city manager just to really understand what does that mean when you're looking at that data and that metric system. For the most part, you will get some direction, but I do ask to just ask the question why, as you're seeing those numbers come in, what's really going on and what is this person really doing? Because that has, pivoted in many, many ways. I do believe that we must, again, be ready for rebuilding, and economic development is going to be huge. And so definitely looking at ways that we could bring in revenue to the city is going to be one of my requests for you to consider, is as we are rebuilding economic development in the city of Milpitas and ensuring the safety of our community. Those are, for me, my 2 service areas that I wouldn't be hesitant in touching, because we are going to need them to rebuild and to stay safe as we move through this pandemic. As we evaluate delaying the plan out of any new programs or services, I would like to trust that staff is going to make those executive decisions. And I don't feel comfortable enough to say which programs should be rolled out or not. I do believe that we have placed our trust into some of our city executive leadership that is with us on this call. And so I do not run the day-to-day operations in the city of Milpitas. I am in charge of policy. And so I trust that this executive team is going to make those decisions based on the information, and that they're going to review that information. And so these are some tough decisions that we all need to make. And I think we all just need to think out of the box, and I'm ready to do that as well. I would try not to, one thing I would like to ask is if we are considering at any time a third party or moving services into a contract, if that could just please come through council. That is the only thing I am going to request in this number, as I'm answering number 3. I do want to just be aware if that is a direction that the executive team feels that they need to move to, because yes, that's the only ask that I am asking for. And yeah, that is my feedback, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the input. Thank you so much. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Mayor Tran, before Councilmember Fan speaks, I just wanted to guide the council a little bit in the discussion. I think everyone has been fine thus far in terms of this being an issue that's going to generate some robust topic and discussion. But I did want to caution about focusing on any positions of any sort, because the hiring and firing authority is really within the authority of the city manager. But I'm happy to answer any questions council may have or guide you further if there's other thoughts out there. Thank you.
Great checkup. Thank you, Chris. That was a good timing right there. All right, Councilmember Fan.
Sure, thank you. A question for Walter. How much do we have to cover in order to balance a budget, let's say using last fiscal year as a comp figure?
How much in dollars or?
Yeah.
So ongoing, it's 4 million, and one time on top of that is 3.45.
3.45.
So 7.5 million.
Oh, okay. Now, have we considered investing in GameStop?
No, it's not allowed by the investment policy. Nor am I a gambler.
There is no second, Councilmember Fan.
I hear AMC is the next hot buzz though.
We do Century Theaters here in Milpitas, Councilmember Fan.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm all kidding aside, I certainly recognize the severity of the fiscal circumstances. So for I'm gonna try to lessen the load in terms of what's on staff's plate, and by that I mean for my items, well, I guess namely item number 21, the community workforce agreement. I'd like to request that it's deferred indefinitely, just taken off the list, as just as one of the initial proponents of the policy, in light of prospective policy changes, namely amending our fee requirements and the impact that it's going to have on the building industry. I don't want to hinder that any further. So I ask that my own item, item 21, be scrapped. I'd ask for clarification from my colleague for item number 2.
Can we get there on the presentation, please? If we're going over items here, are you talking about the list or?
I'm sorry, the list of items.
Yeah, we could just go to the slide showing the 19 items.
All right, great.
Thank you.
For item number 2, wait.
How about we start chronologically here, just the council can,
I have a different list on my agenda packet.
Yes, Councilmember Fan, you have the spreadsheet with all the items.
Okay.
3 of the items are duplicative. That's why it's just 19 instead of 22. They were the similar requests. So, but yeah, Mayor, would you like the questions or just keep this list on?
Yeah, I think we're at the list portion now.
Okay, so
thank you.
For I retract my comments or revise it, not item 21, but in this case, it'd be number 4 on this list. So to not prioritize that. And then can we, there's other groups, right?
This is it.
We're only discussing this right now.
Yeah, because the other ones, group 2, it's already a few items underway, and then everything else is either underway.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
Okay, great.
Okay, so my next question is that if you recall, in one of our fairly recent meetings, the council had agreed to a moratorium on funding new programs. Is this reflected in our proposal, and does this need to be memorialized in policy?
Steve, did you?
I think, Shwini, is that in the spreadsheet that the council has?
Yeah, I'm trying to, so Councilmember Fan, if I could just ask for some clarification. So moratorium on any new programs, is that what you're talking about?
It was the
Funding
events
programs.
policy. I think, Councilmember, are you referring to the events, monthly events?
Okay. For the event.
The events and donations that was discussed?
Yeah, events and donations, because I want to say that it might be under the community promotion funds. I think it's like 42 grand or something, or maybe 4,200. I might be way off.
No, actually, I think it's a $25,000 line item in the council budget for kind of donations and sponsorships, Councilmember Fan. And because you discussed that at the retreat, we moved that to the last group, which was basically deferred or withdrawn. So it doesn't show up here.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I think that's a good place to start in terms of savings. Before we start, gutting our workforce, I think maybe we should start with ourselves and the things that we, as the council, want to fund. We can say that we have to make tough decisions over and over, but it doesn't really make the decisions any less tougher. We need to express restraint in terms of our priorities. And don't get me wrong, I say this with all due respect, sincerely. I applaud my colleagues for being so creative, and their ambition in pushing new programs, but push it to the next fiscal year if it's a funding ask, and I'll be more than happy to support it. Because I can't in good conscience support cutting actual positions and laying off people, and at the same time pitch new programs. As much as I would want to create new programs, it doesn't feel right. And that's the dilemma that I have. But at the end of the day, I would ask that you avoid that scenario as to the best of your ability. If costs can be offset in other areas that doesn't necessarily relate to personnel costs, that would be my preference. And I'm looking at this from, both the fiscal lens, but also from a human lens. So those are just my thoughts. Let me just take a look at the list one more time. Yeah, I think that's it from my policies that are on there. So we'll take that out unless there's disagreement on that.
Mayor Chen, might I make a recommendation because I know the council is going to focus on this slide for a bit. One thing I'd recommend is feel free to discuss any of these within limits. I think if there's any one item that one council member feels very strongly about remaining on the list, what we may want to do with those items is separate them out and then have them come back to you for a broader discussion where the agenda actually articulates kind of what those topics are so that the public understands and can come and speak to those if they want to see them continue. But I think definitely have a discussion tonight to decide if some of these do come off the list. If any one council member feels strongly about keeping something on the list, we'll separate those out and bring that back for a full agenda discussion with the public participation.
Oh, I see another one. 14. I think that's under me, carried over. Yeah, if that has a fiscal impact, let's strike that as well.
Okay, so per Councilmember Fan, striking 4, striking 14.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. So here's how we're going to do this here. These items, if they move forward, they will be to have 4 or more hours of staff time if they move forward. If they don't move forward, then they die. Or we can park it for respect. We can park it. If it doesn't move forward, we're going to do pretty much a poll. Everybody, please raise your actual hand when the item comes up. If you support it, we'll do a poll. Raise your hand. Please lower your virtual hands at this moment, and I'll call you back. If that's okay with the virtual raised hand, folks. There's a couple people here. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. And so I will go one by one. And if you want to see this go forward with 4 more hours of staff time, that's it. We're not approving the final thing, but 4 more hours of staff time. Just raise your hand. And I think Ashwini is with us here on this slide. Ashwini can collect the poll numbers. If it does not accumulate a majority, we can either park it or we can, really park it for another year, quite frankly, 12 months. We'll park it for 12 months, or the proposer can say, hey, I'll strike it. But we do want to give consideration because it's really about the budget. It really is about the budget. Okay, folks. All right. So first up, Beautify Milpitas. If you're for it, raise your hand. And we're not having much of a discussion. We're just moving through here. We got a lot of items. So if you're for Beautify Milpitas, raise your hand.
Okay.
You have 5 seconds to do so, please. If you're for Beautify Milpitas, raise your hand. Not your virtual one, your actual one.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Yeah, it's a little quicker, yeah. Okay. All right, so I really can't see people here.
And I'm voting for it because I don't think it's going to take more than 4 hours.
No, we don't need a discussion for it, please.
I'm just letting you know.
Well, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have that. Next up, building height limits east of Milpitas Boulevard. If you're for it, raise your hand.
Mayor Tran, how
Yes.
come you have a different worksheet than me?
I'm looking at the presentation slide.
Really? Okay. Can
Yeah,
you tell what number so I can follow?
Based off of the group 1 potential work plan items, it's on. Are you seeing the screen in front of you? The
Oh,
presentation?
there you go. Okay.
Okay. Like,
I'm looking
right.
at my screen. Okay.
everybody, please focus on the presentation, okay? I will
Okay.
start over now. I'm gonna start over. Number 1, Beautify Milpitas. If you're for it, raise your hand. Okay, great. Next, number 2, building height limits east of Milpitas Boulevard. Raise your hand.
Increasing it or decreasing?
Building height limits. And so it would be a height increase limit.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we have 2 votes. Okay, so I would like to park that one 12 months from now. Okay, number 3, community garden policy update. If you're for it, raise your hand. No hand? Oh.
Mayor?
Yes.
Point of clarification. So for the 2 items that I presented, which is the community garden and the pollination protection, I haven't had a chance to explain it because they were just introduced, and this was actually moved through a petition with over 100 signatures. So if we take it out, I think it's unfortunate that we did not let those individuals know, because they're going to come back at the next council meeting and ask, why did we take it out? Especially if it doesn't require any financial assistance.
One option you can do is write a memo to the council, and that would be the next step.
Well, I don't see memos for any of the other ones from the other council members.
Well, those items have the support to pass.
But how, no, so this is where I guess I'm how are you, so I guess my question now would be, how are we supporting items to pass if we don't have a memo or a description of what they're about?
Well, this is for 4 or more hours of staff time. It's not for the actual item to pass or be approved.
Okay. All right. Just thank you for the clarification, and I will go ahead and let over 150 members know.
Great, thanks. So number 3 does not pass. Number 4, community workforce project, that's been stricken from the 5. Consider removing affordable housing in lieu fees. If you're for number 5, raise your hand. Okay, that's 2 people. Okay, 3 people. Okay, that passes. Number 6, consider using Milpitas Hills for city branding. If you're for that, raise your hand. Renaming the hills. Okay, I don't see anybody. Next up, number 7, COVID-19 testing and vaccine distribution plan. I mean, that's essential. I mean, we gotta, I mean, we're already
Just a quick
doing
question.
that. Yeah, we're already, yeah.
We're doing
Councilor,
Yeah. Does this address your request from earlier, Councilmember Dominguez?
Sorry.
Number 7. No, number 7. Does that address the points you? Because
COVID-19 testing, I mean,
we could probably combine it.
yeah, I would see it overlapping where it's just an update because we still don't have a distribution plan for a vaccine, but thank you so much for asking the question.
Okay,
I'll support it.
yeah, I mean, we're doing it.
We're doing it right now.
Yeah, okay.
So much
Great,
for
number-
the support.
Great. Number 8, day worker program.
I'm gonna scrap that one because it's time consuming and to be realistic, it takes a lot.
Great. Number 9, Economic Development Corporation, which we have, but the progression of it. Okay, that passes. Number 10, Main Street revitalization and impact fees. If you support it, raise your hand. Okay. Number 11, mayor and council member term limits. If you're for that, election's coming up in 2 years, raise your hand. Great. Number 12, Milpitas Business Expo. If you're for that, raise your hand.
That's gonna be towards the end of the year.
Okay, raise your hand if you're for it.
It's
Okay.
for, yeah.
We got 2 people for that. That doesn't pass. Okay. Number 13, pollination protection. If you're for that, raise your hand. Okay, that doesn't pass. Number 14, safety first. Oh, we talked about that. Never mind. 15, satellite consular offices. I think we should park that.
Yeah, park it.
I think you talked already. Okay, 16, speed bump policy review. If you're for that, raise your hand. Okay, that passes. 17, unpermitted ADU legalization program. That's the kind of amnesty program. Raise your hand.
Can I? Oh, okay.
No, you can't.
I'm gonna like this. Okay, sorry, Mayor.
Number 18, vaping ban. All right, if you're for that. Okay. 19, worker recall protection program.
We're doing
If
that
you're
now.
for that, raise your hand. Okay, that doesn't pass. Okay, great. I think staff has it. Anything that didn't pass, please park it out of respect. You don't know where our economy is going to be in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. So whatever didn't pass, please park it. Whatever was struck from the table, please make sure it's struck. Ashwini, thank you so much. You got it?
Yeah, so Mayor, just 17 and 18, I want to make sure because as I'm scrolling, I may have made.
Okay, those passed.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
17, 18 were a green light.
Yeah, okay.
And these are from yes.
Mayor Trent, could I just make one recommendation? I think, and I don't want to get involved in, I think the council's discussion on this, but it really is a Brown Act compliance issue. I think if any one council member feels strongly about something that didn't pass, obviously it's parked for a year per your direction, but you are always welcome to bring it back again. And I think there can be a discussion there. I just always want to make sure that it's properly agendized and the public knows what you'll be talking about. So there's always that opportunity, but I leave it with all of you as the council.
Yeah, you know it. Yep, it's great. Thank you. And so yeah, I think that was very. Geez, it must be getting late.
What time is it?
It's 11.
Could I a point of clarification? I wanted to call the roll vote again for number 3 and 13 for the record.
Okay, we already have it on record.
What was it? I honestly, the hand was getting stuck, so I don't know if anybody else had that, but
it didn't pass. It didn't pass. So
I would like to call the vote again on that, please.
Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay, all in favor.
Quick vote.
For the quick vote here, if all in favor of having another vote. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and so council member, council member Fan.
This is 3, right?
Yeah, this is for 3.
It's gonna take 3 votes to take the vote. So this is to even have the vote. So here's the roll. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Nay.
Vice Mayor.
No.
And myself is a no. So we're not having the vote. It's already on record. So staff can help you rewind the tape a little bit. We just want to get this meeting going forward here. There's a lot of great items that have been supported. So
Well, I think it's also an.
I'll go to Ashwini here. Ashwini, do you have all the information you need?
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Okay.
And so I wanted to kindly definitely I understand your perspective, but I do feel we did not agendize this correctly, and I'm really concerned about a Brown Act violation. So Chris, I'm really concerned that the public, regardless of whose ideas these were, I do believe that the public, we again shut out the public by not letting them know that this was going to take part. And again, we're doing it at the end of the meeting, which does not provide transparency or the ability for the public to give us their say. With all due respect to my colleagues, I also believe there's an equity issue on these items where some members were able to move their ideas forward with the majority. And so I just want that noted for the public to see that this is, I am questioning the validity of the priorities. And so again, I definitely hear the mayor. I don't agree with some of the statements, and I do question how this was agendized and the inability for our community to participate, especially in some of the items that were not going to cost any money. And so I definitely wanted to share my sentiments. Thank you.
All right, Ashwini, do you have all the information you need?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, great. Well, I think that's it for item number 11. Thank you, everybody. And we'll move on to item number 12, discussion and direction regarding financial support for utility payments for businesses and delay of payment for annual fees charged to businesses. And we'll go to our Deputy City Manager, Walter.
Good evening again. The PowerPoint, please.
Oh, you know what? Let me pause it right there. Let me stop. It is getting late. What a hearty night it's been. I want to go back to item number 11 just to take public comment here. 1 minute, Urvesh Kumar Mehta. We got to do public comment. Item number 11. Get the clock rolling here, Urvesh Kumar.
Certainly, I just wanted to mention that about the potential group work plan. There are a few more things to add that, about the satellite offices. as per the some of the plans that has been narrated earlier in the 2020, there was a conversation about also collaborating with the consular offices, of Mexican, international Mexican consular office, international Switzerland consular office, international Vietnamese, as well as Chinese and different heritage organizations offices, to be collaborated with. As the council might be aware, that there is also a Taiwan heritage office, which is present in the city of Milpitas for having international relations be established. So my suggestion over here is to consider to establish international relationship with the consular offices as well, and that would make the passport services more enabled.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's the public comment for item number 11. All right, back to 12 here, Walter. Thank you for bearing with me.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, members of the council. These are two items we're going to discuss with you today. We'll seek some policy direction from you. These are both referrals which you gave to us through consensus in the last few weeks. Can I have the PowerPoint, please? Next slide, please. The first item you referred to us was to look at financial support for utility payments for businesses. I will provide you with some background and relevant information. The second item is about potentially delaying payment for annual fees charged to businesses. This relates to the business license tax, annual fire permit fees, as well as related fees to those two fee items. And then obviously policy discussion direction from the council, how you would like to proceed. Next slide, please. So let's focus first on the utility payments. Next slide. Just some background for you. It was referred to us on December 15th. The billing cycle, I think, is important to understand how we have we do not shut off the water right now per governor's order. So let me go a little bit through the details here. So per your policy, you adopted in municipal code changes you approved about a year ago. We have now about 63 days before we start shutting off the water. However, in between, there are two stops where we look at if the payment is delinquent and we charge or assess a penalty fee of equal to 5%. At 21 days after the bill was mailed, and the second time a late fee charge is assessed on the account after the 49th day of delinquency. So that basically there's the charges in there and then penalties assessed on top of that. We offer delinquent account payment plan. So basically one can start paying off the amounts owed. And we also waive once a year late payment fees. And currently we do not shut off the water. Next slide, please. So for residential customers, we have the Milpitas Assistance Program, which we approved about 2 years ago. It provides about $11 per 8-week billing cycle assistance to residents who are qualified under certain circumstances. And they usually low-income families and ratepayers. During the first 6 months of the current fiscal year, about 300 residential customers received assistance amounting to about $7,000. Next slide, please. As you know, ratepayer funds cannot be used to pay for any kind of assistance. So what the council has approved to use late fees. Late fees are fines and they are general purpose dollars, which becomes a general fund source. Due to the moratorium on discontinuing any kind of water service due to late payments or no payments, we have late fees generated this year was only about $1,000 for the first 6 months of the current fiscal year. And typically what happens in the last 2 years, we had an average of $170,000. So we had $1,000 in revenue, $7,000 in payments for now. So we are fine, but just wanted to help you understand where the funding sources are coming from and how we're doing this fiscal year. Next slide, please. So for commercial accounts, I'd like to give you some background there as well. It's about 35% of all accounts which we have, so the remainder are residential. There's actually not an issue regarding late payments of the utility bills. Only less than 2% have not paid the bill for the last 20 less than 2% of the bills paid are not paid yet are delinquent. So that means after 21 days of the issuance of the bill. It's about 42 accounts. Really the ones I am worried most about is ones who are about 63 days late, who are really late. It's about 0.5% of 9 accounts. Unfortunately, we have $54,000 outstanding in unpaid bills. The average is about 4,200, and as you see, the range is quite interesting. It's from $200 all the way to $24,000, which is one of the bills, which is not large. Next slide, please. So the policy considerations you want to think about is it is a small amount of commercial accounts are delinquent. We do provide help to businesses to develop a payment plan. We waive the late fees once a year. If the council chooses to think about or considers establishing a MAP program like we have for our residential customers, that requires some significant research because first of all, we may not have a program which is established somewhere else. We'll have to figure that out. And the real issue is eligibility criteria. With the residential customers, we rely on the federal income, we get tax returns, rely on the federal program, what it means to have a low-income family. We use those standards and those criteria to apply them to our program, so it's easy to do. So given the current reduced staff capacity and the workload, we would ask you to evaluate any kind of direction in that context. And then obviously, if there's any assistance provided, we'll have a general fund impact. Depending how large the assistance is, what kind of program, maybe if you direct us to establish one, we would have to come back with to you for consideration. Next slide, please. Delay of payment of annual fees charged to businesses. The referral came to us, next slide, please, in January 5th. We looked at that issue as well. Next slide. So the annual business fees, which are mostly due on January 1st, and I think that's important to note here, is the business license tax, a fire permit fee, and some related fees, such as an AB 3079 state fee and a permit automation fee. State fee is charged $4 per business license to fund accessibility for disabled requirements for disability, to alleviate this, provide access for disabled folks. Next slide, please. So the story is a different one here regarding late payments and outstanding payments. So what I asked my staff to do is give me the latest data. Actually, it was January 31st, we updated it this morning. So of the 4,000 or so business license permits, business license bills billed, it's the permits which get, for which people have to pay. By the way, our business license tax is pretty low in the county, but it's only about $110 on the average. Only about 60% have paid their bills for now. The due date was yesterday, and about 39% or close to 40% have not paid it yet. There's an issue about late charges, which we have to assess per the code. For fire permits, similarly, we have about 1,000 fire permit bills were issued. The average charge is for $753, and only about 34% have paid their bills as of yesterday. Next slide, please. So per the code for business license tax, we are required to assess a penalty of 10% on the last day of each month after due date and thereof. So, but we cannot go beyond the 100% of late fees. So basically, if the business license tax is $100, the maximum amount of late fees we can charge is $200. It's $100 for a total bill of $200. The fire permit fee is also embedded in the municipal code. If it's not paid within 30 days from December 31st, the account is declared delinquent. The penalty of 100% is added to the fee. So that's quite a substantive charge. Next slide, please. So if you choose to direct us to waive payments, to delay payments and waive penalties, then for business tax, we would require a resolution. We would have to come back to you to waive penalties on business license tax. For fire permit fees requires an ordinance change with first and second reading, unless we do an emergency ordinance. And because currently the code has no authority to extend the time for payment or waive related penalties. Next slide, please. So if indeed you consider waiving penalties, we request that you do it retroactively, so nobody gets charged because they didn't pay the bills on time. We are suggesting not to extend it indefinitely, but actually to have it extended until maybe May 31st, which then requires businesses to pay their bills in June. And the main reason for that is the fiscal impact to the general fund. What happens is that once the taxes and the fees are not received within this fiscal year, we have a loss of revenue this fiscal year. And if it gets paid next fiscal year, then it would be great. But then the dollars are kind of aligned to the right fiscal year. So basically, it would be if we delay or we the time for payment beyond May 31st, there's a good chance we're not going to be able to accrue or count the revenue for this fiscal year. The revenue is about, for business licenses, about $300,000. For fire permits is about $70,000 approximately. So just to understand the magnitude. And then obviously we would have required legal resources to prepare a resolution, make the ordinance change, and which may impact other priority items for the city attorney's office. Next slide, please. So that opens up for policy discussion and direction. If you want to take it step by step, first maybe looking at the utility bills, then looking at the payments or delay of payments for business tax, license tax, for the fire permit.
Thank you so much, Walter, for the presentation. This is actually a pretty huge item here on our agenda tonight. A lot of great items, but this may be one of the most, the last one was pretty tough, but this one's just as tough in terms of the need for our small businesses, commercial. I'm glad this is on the agenda. I know we all know this is a huge concern. And Walter, if we can go to the policy considerations slide for our council here.
For which one do you want to go first? For the business tax?
I think it was the one with the January 31st to the May 31st.
Okay, so that's the next slide, one backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, right here, this one. Yeah.
And I'm afraid to ask Walter, while we're having just this discussion, how many businesses did not even apply for a 2021 permit, maybe because they went out of business. Do we have that number? Maybe we can get an email.
So what happens, Mayor, is we automatically renew the business license. We send it to our businesses, but they may not pay because they may not be in business anymore.
Right. Okay. Got it.
But it gets automatically sent out.
Okay. And we can let it expire, huh? Maybe that's the. Okay. Great. Well, I'm in huge support of this. Definitely, we should waive all the penalties. And extend the deadline to apply for the 2021 permit. And I know it's going to get a little tricky. Maybe legal have to get into it. How you don't pay for your 21 permit and you're still, I guess, permitted. And so I know staff can work that out. But yeah, I was just thinking maybe until the first quarter of this calendar year. I was thinking March 31st, but the policy consideration here on the slide that was shown says May 31st, and I'm okay with that.
Slide, please.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that too if it makes sense with a business perspective. So those are my suggestions. Yeah, and I think with the numbers going down now and things opening up, I'll probably be out. I was at El Torito today myself, but I think going to allow for a lot of businesses and economic activity to happen. So I'm going to keep it short. That's all I'm going to say about that. We'll go to my colleagues here. If there's any virtual raised hands for this item, please. Okay, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. When we discussed this back in, I think, December 15th, the whole purpose was to help our small businesses. And I was thinking, well, the penalty fees that we collect, we could put it in a pot and help the businesses with their utilities. However, you just showed us that it's a very small percentage, so that wouldn't really have an impact. I like this one here, your policy considerations, waiving the penalties. I think that would help the small businesses a lot better. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next up, we have Councilmember Finn.
So I'm only going to speak on the residential utility component. I may have overlooked the item and missed it, but I may have had to announce earlier in the agenda or earlier in the meeting. I do have a business license in Milpitas, so I would have to recuse myself from that. I may have to recuse myself from that conversation. I'd like clarification later from the attorney. But as it regards to the utility payments, can you go over the assistance that residents would be eligible for again?
Sure, it has to be a certain threshold of low-income families, and I couldn't tell you exactly what the threshold is. But it's tied to the federal standard. And the assistance they get is $11.26 per bill, which it's an 8-week billing cycle. So but the maximum amount that we'll get is $11 plus six times of that, so about $70 a year.
So that's the maximum amount of assistance that agencies can provide?
That's what the city currently provides. Now, sometimes for water utility bills, we have on our website, there's also links where residents can go and seek other assistance, usually from churches or nonprofits.
And that's based off of our late fees and penalties?
It is paid from late fees and penalties, which is a general fund revenue source. That's correct.
And that's why we can't go over $11?
Not necessarily. It will be a council decision to increase the assistance.
I see. Yeah. Has there been discussions from other branches of government in terms of aid, financial assistance, specifically on this topic?
Yeah, so with the federal government in the relief package, coronavirus relief package, which was approved in December last year under the previous administration, has funding for low-income families or ratepayers for water utility bills. I did inquire with through our grants person about a week ago whether the guidelines have come out yet, but they have not been released yet. So once we understand what the guidelines are from the federal government and how our ratepayers get access to those funds, we'll definitely engage the ratepayers, push it out, and obviously let the council know. But we're looking for it. We're definitely looking out for it. But again, the new administration has not provided any guidelines yet.
Perhaps it'd be a good idea to correspond with our congressional representative to ensure that the funding package includes Milpitas specifically on matters like this, because I do know that does make a difference when Congress members are debating on the floor, trying to get as much pork as they can for their districts. My main dilemma is the funding source, because of the late fees, and that's mainly due to it being timed the way that it is, that this is the COVID economy. And because it's the COVID economy, people are going to miss payments. People are going to, have a tough time keeping up and struggling to pay. So if we're using the late fees to provide that assistance. Well, one, I'm not sure how much.
I want to do a point of order real quick here, Councilmember Fan. Are you talking about residential or business?
Residential, yeah. Let me just.
Okay, well, that's not
yeah.
that's not agendized tonight, so I'm gonna have to stop you right there. That's not agendized.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's fine.
Next up, we got Councilmember Chua. And your microphone.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I fully support this and thank you for bringing this up. Anything that helps Milpitas residents and businesses, I'm for it. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I fully support this. This was actually something that got brought up in the relief subcommittee some time back, and I am incredibly proud to see it back. I think it's important for us to do whatever we can to help support our small business community, and that's starting in-house first. So I definitely support this. I definitely want to thank the small businesses that came out to the subcommittee to express their concerns. Definitely, we're here for you, and I'm looking forward to voting yes on this item soon.
Okay, great. Let's go public comment. We got one person. Let's get the 1 minute timer ready. Irvish Kumar Mehta. Okay, you're on the clock.
All right. Well, I wanted to mention that, when any budget or any metrics are being evaluated, it's important that whether any organization that requires the right set of audit, right set of standards, and right set of financial reports to be reported. Since the city council meeting has been conducted throughout 2019 and 2020, there has been, so many times the metrics has been compared, and then also, being shown that, what are the metrics is, that is required to be and the funding allocation has been done. But what is more important to do is to have a quarterly report to be made that, what are the fundings, that has been spent versus what are the fundings that's been available, what are the appreciation that has been done, what are the depreciation that is done, and as well as, identify that, what is that, something required in order to evaluate that, what it takes to have the audit be done as well. And this has to be reported on a quarterly basis so that, the city and as well as council decides that, how the fundings are required to be allocated. So would be the case for any oversight committee, that is being formed for the funding allocation as well.
Okay, next up we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and everybody. Yeah, I agree with the members of the city council. Anyway, for a bigger scale to smaller scale, we're using the federal reserve already. So if we can afford also, or we will strive to afford, because we're trying to help the surviving small businesses. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
I appreciate that. 37 seconds left. Appreciate you. Okay, back to, I don't see further comment. Back to the council here. Fantastic. We will, I will make a motion to direct our city staff manager to approve the policy recommendations from the Deputy City Manager, Walter. We have a second by, Walter, you got everything you need?
Yeah, what I hear you say, Mayor, and the council is we would like us to come back with resolution and ordinance changes regarding late fees for business tax and fire permit.
Yeah, absolutely. Next available meeting, we can. I mean, we may have one of those special meetings or study session. I'm not sure. I'm looking at my calendar, but maybe we do. But if we can, let's move it a little closer if we can, if there's a meeting. Thank you so much. So that being said, from our Deputy City Manager, I'll say it again with the motion. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call, with Councilmember Fan recusing himself as this relates to business permits, and he would like to, out of an abundance of caution, mad love Councilmember Fan. All right, and so Councilmember Dominguez with the vote.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. And that direction has been approved for 12. Thank you very much, Walter. And last, actually, yeah, I think number 8 here from the consent calendar. Not forget number 8. It is approve and authorize the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the Historical Heritage Grant Program funding agreement between the city of Milpitas and the county of Santa Clara for the Alviso Adobe renovation project number 5055. And Vice Mayor, did you want the presentation or just a question or?
Yeah, I wanted the presentation so the public and anyone who doesn't know the history of the Alviso Adobe. I think it's really important because at one time the Mexican Rancho era was it was overlooked, and I'm really glad that now it's going to be placed on there. Anyway, if you can put some history.
Right on. History is, you just struck in my heart. Okay, let's welcome our Director of Engineering, Mr. Steve Erickson.
Mayor,
Mayor,
back until
Council.
10:30.
Don't have a presentation.
Okay, hold
but
on. Let me pause it
facts
here.
will.
We'll pause it 1 moment. Sorry, Mr. Erickson. I thought I heard my colleagues. Councilmember Dominguez, yes?
It's 11:30 and we're supposed to end at 10:30.
Yeah, that's where we're at. We could take a poll here. Who would like to see this item number 8? Raise your hand.
It won't take that long.
Alviso Adobe.
Famous words.
Okay, well, there's not enough. Oh, there it is. I saw something. All right, I saw it. It was up. All right, back to you, Mr. Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I'll just provide some quick facts on this. The Alviso Adobe was constructed back in the 1840s. It's on the National Register of Historic Places, and that was put on the register in 1997. It is part of the city's historic inventory. It's apparently one of the best remaining examples of a Monterey colonial style architecture within the Bay Area. The building was acquired, and the site as well was acquired by the city back in 1997. And renovation of that building and the facility actually started in 1999. There were several phases to it. So the first phase was roof replacement in 1999. Phase 2 is a site and drainage improvements, and that was completed in 2008. Phase 3 was exterior renovation with seismic upgrades to the building, completed in 2010. There was a phase 4 completed in 2013, and that was construction of the actual park and renovation of the outbuildings on the site. Currently, we're in phase 5, which includes interior renovation of the Adobe house and installation of exhibits where tours could be constructed once that's completed. So the interior renovation portion is now complete, and the contractor is working on the exhibits and signage, etc. Back in 2017, the council approved a grant application with the county to fund part of that work. The funding agreement was approved back in 2018. The amount of the grant is $62,958. And per the term per the agreement, the term of the work had to be completed by April 2021. However, the project has been delayed because of the COVID pandemic and the related stay-at-home orders. So staff had worked with the county. We've got an extension to the agreement, which was on the consent calendar tonight, that allows us an extra 24 months to complete the project. And it would be completed by, we estimate, April of 2023. And that's basically the scope of work and where we are.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank staff for really doing your due diligence and asking the Santa Clara County Heritage Commission. Oh, by the way, I used to serve on that commission many years ago because I love history and I love Milpitas, the history of Milpitas. It's so rich. And so the other question I had is, how much was the grant for?
$62,958.
And the oversight, who will be doing the work? Did you contract it out with a specific group, or is it going to be in-house?
No, it's contracted out. It's a project that's currently under construction.
Okay, and it's going to reflect, what I love about it is going to reflect the Spanish Mexican Rancho period, where many of the artifacts will really reflect that period of time of the Alviso adobe. So anyway, thank you. And with that, I make a motion to
Go to
approve. that.
public comment. We'll go to public comment
Oh,
here.
okay.
1 minute on the clock. Irvish Kumar Mehta.
I wanted to mention about the heritage. Hello.
The clock has been running.
Yeah. Oh, for the historical heritage grant program, it is certainly it is important that the historical heritage grant program includes the organization like UNICEF and UNESCO to convert the parks and as well as the recreational facilities into the historical heritage program, and as well as avail the grant for different services for the parks and recreational programs. Those grants should be available on the different variety and availability basis for the volunteer services, and as well as for different students, they can participate in the historical heritage program and to develop a culture of a historian within the city of Milpitas, and also to exhibit the different art as a part of heritage historical heritage program.
Back to you. I think that's it with public comment. Back to you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve and authorize the city manager to execute the first amendment to the Historical Heritage Grant Program funding agreement between the city of Milpitas and the county of Santa Clara County.
I'll second that motion. All in favor, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Self and item number 8 has been approved. Okay, great. And then item number 14. Looks like there's no concerns. We're gonna go towards the adjournment here. Okay, great. Hey, folks, we are here in February, and although it's past 10:30, we're still getting out here before the day ends. Everybody have a great night. And then our city clerk, Wendy Wood, I hope you enjoyed your first meeting as our colleague, and we appreciate you. And we'll see you at the next meeting. All right, everybody.
I had a quick question.
Oh, did you? Okay, sure.
Sorry. I was just wondering if you were going to proceed with item 13.
We had it on the consent calendar, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was placed on consent, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
See, attention to details, right? Better safe than sorry.
Hey, Wendy, can you make a note that like to retroactively announce my potential conflict?
Yeah,
yeah.
Councilmember Fan, what we'll do is we'll look at the minutes and we'll make sure it's reflected somewhere, but it will be included in the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, everybody.
We got your back, man. All right, great. Okay, everybody, have a great evening. And we ended this thing before midnight. To all the directors and city staff, chiefs, we appreciate you, everybody. City employees, thank you. We'll see you next time.
Good night.
Night.